Chapter 11:10. Tien Ran jumped onto the mountain stream and looked in front of her in surprise. At this time, the mountain stream was filled with white light and there were powerful illusions flashing. Among the intertwining figures, Tien Ran saw a holy figure covered in white light. She already knew who the other party was. A Great Ascension Stage soul race person. Obviously, this Great Ascension Stage soul race person had accidentally entered the territory of some powerful creature and was treated as an intruder by the powerful creature. In this place, even the soul race person did not have any special privileges. They also needed to be careful of the powerful creatures in the ancient battlefield. Tien Ran immediately turned around and left without hesitation. She had not stepped into the Great Ascension Stage yet. If she encountered a Great Ascension Stage soul race person, it would not bode well for her. She just wanted to confirm if the person fighting here was one of her own. If not, it would not be suitable for her to stay. However, she did not go far. Just as she retreated 2 li, a white light suddenly appeared in front of her and pressed down on her. Who is it? Tien Ran was shocked. She dodged to the side and the heaven sword in her hand was already facing the white light. Ding! Tien Ran's sword chi was instantly broken, but Tien Ran retreated again. Red Dust Sect's heavenly girl, I trust you have been well since we last met. A holy figure appeared in the surroundings. The power of the domain had already sealed off all of Tien Ran's paths of retreat. Who are you? Tien Ran's expression changed. This humble one is Tien Ran. Miss Tien Ran is really talented. No wonder people say that the Red Dust heavenly girl is 1 in 10,000. That brat Mu Yu's luck is really good. Third on the extreme immortal list, Yu Hanshaw. At this time, Yu Hanshaw was looking at Tien Ran with a face full of ridicule. He lazily raised his head and looked into the distance. There were Great Ascension Stage soul power fluctuations. I originally came to check the situation. It seems like we are really fated. Tien Ran's expression was tense. Her heart had already sunk to the bottom. She firmly held the immortal dew sword in her hand. The immortal dew was like a pool of clear water that flickered with a biting cold light. Encountering a soul race person, something bad might happen. What do you want? Tien Ran asked in a deep voice. Miss Tien Ran, when I first saw you, I was already deeply fascinated by you. If it weren't for the fact that Master didn't want me to touch you, we would have already been together back in the Red Dust Sect. What do you think? Yu Hanshaw's eyes revealed a wretched expression. The holy white light on his body also disappeared. You guys are really disgusting. The heavenly sword in Tien Ran's hand had already soared into the sky, connecting with the blue dome of heaven. A powerful sword intent mixed with a brilliant heavenly might furiously chopped down towards Yu Hanshaw. The sword streaked across, causing the air to tremble endlessly. But within Yu Hanshaw's domain, a crisscrossing white spiderweb extended out. The white spiderweb converged together, firmly grasping the powerful heavenly sword and annihilating it once more. Although the heavenly sword is very strong, in front of me, it isn't worth mentioning. Yu Hanshaw stared at Tien Ran, his eyes filled with a lustful light. His strength was far greater than Tien Ran's. Tien Ran clenched her teeth. The immortal dew sword returned to her hand, but she understood that she was already unable to make a move because Tien Ran still hadn't stepped into the Great Ascension realm. Facing Yu Hanshaw, she didn't have any room to resist. You should obediently follow me. Yu Hanshaw smiled lewdly as he reached out to grab Tien Ran. Tien Ran angrily shouted. Golden light blossomed from her body, turning into a golden lotus. The golden lotus was instantly covered with an endless aura. Runes flickered under her feet and golden flames flashed, forcibly breaking through Yu Hanshaw's domain and rushing out of his domain. The life force Mu Yu had left her was obtained from the body tree. This life force was very short, but combined with Tien Ran's red dust lotus arts, she could perfectly display it. The golden lotus flame was the nemesis of soul force. It could make Yu Hanshaw's domain unable to do anything to her for a short period of time. Good fellow, you actually have some skill. But I want to see how far you can run. Yu Hanshaw's soul force was currently ineffective against Tien Ran, but he also understood that this life force couldn't be burned for long. It was impossible for Tien Ran to escape from his hands. Tian Ran fiercely rushed towards the ground. In this critical moment, she still maintained her calm. If she didn't do this and lost her sense of propriety, she feared she wouldn't be able to last much longer. However, the golden flames on Tian Ran's body had already gradually subsided. If she continued to burn, she would begin to burn away her life force. She could only fall towards a forest. However, Yu Hanshaw had already appeared in front of Tian Ran. "You can't escape." Yu Hanshaw lewdly laughed as he reached out to grab Tian Ran, but at this moment, a light shout sounded out. A tyrannical aura exploded from the front. The brilliant heavenly might was like a thunderclap exploding in the sky, causing Yu Hanshaw's complexion to change. He felt as if he had met a true monarch. This domineering aura caused him to feel a chill. An impulse to submit emerged from his heart. He didn't even have the thought to resist this aura. This was the Azure Dragon Monster King's domain, only I am supreme. A trace of fear flashed through Yu Hanshaw's eyes. The Azure Dragon Monster King was an old monster king that had lived for many years. His domain was unparalleled under the heavens and he naturally had the demeanor of a king. None of the monsters dared to disobey him. However, Yu Hanshaw never thought that he would see the Azure Dragon Monster King's domain in this ancient battlefield. If this was the Azure Dragon Monster King, then Yu Hanshaw wouldn't even have the courage to fight. This was because he was not the Azure Dragon Monster King's match. Damn, impossible. Yu Hanshaw stopped with a single thought. He turned around to leave. The Azure Dragon Monster King was extremely powerful. Besides their master Bai Jie, no one else dared to provoke him. However, he quickly discovered that something was wrong. This was because this only I am supreme aura seemed to be missing something. If the real Azure Dragon Monster King appeared, then he would be killed with a single thought. He quickly reacted. This was not the Azure Dragon Monster King. When he turned around again, Tian Ran had already disappeared. The two figures had already fled into the distance. Damn! You actually dared to play with me, Yu Hanshaw angrily roared. He immediately chased after the two figures. At a clear riverbank, Yu Hanshaw's figure flashed past. He angrily swept his eyes over the area and discovered that he had unknowingly lost track of Tian Ran. Yu Hanshaw was extremely angry. He originally thought that capturing Tian Ran would be an easy matter. He never thought that she would be rescued midway. He was furious. After patrolling the area, he could only unwillingly leave. An hour later, a bubble appeared in the rushing water. The bubble slowly dissipated, revealing two figures. They were Tian Ran and Xiao Shui. "It's fine," Xiao Shui softly said. She had also entered the Extreme Immortal Monument before Mu Yu. No one paid attention to her. This time, she just happened to pass by and recognized Tian Ran, who was being chased by the spiriters. At that time, she didn't think too much and directly rushed over to save her. Xiao Shui stepped on the water. Her entire body was graceful, like a spirit in the water. It was very eye-catching. She slowly walked to the shore and sat down on a rock. Tian Ran curiously looked at Xiao Shui and said, "Thank you." Xiao Shui faintly smiled. "No need. I just happened to pass by." The two of them had met once before. Back in Eight Grass Village, the monster race had come to snatch the spirit Chi. Tian Ran and Xiao Shui represented the human race and monster race respectively. It was also at that time that the two of them discovered that they had fallen in love with the same young man. There was silence for a long time. The two girls didn't seem to know what to say. They weren't familiar with each other. It was just that they had a subtle relationship because of the same person. At this time, it was very inappropriate for them to meet in such a dangerous place. "I thought you had already become a Grand Ascension stage expert." Tian Ran broke the silence. Xiao Shui sat on a rock beside the river and shook her head. "No. It's a domain ability that Grandpa Azure Dragon gave me to save my life." Tian Ran had an apologetic look on her face. "I'm sorry that you lost something that could save your life." In this dangerous place, having a Grand Ascension stage domain ability in her hand was enough to give her a little more hope of survival. However, Xiao Shui used her domain to save Tian Ran. "It's okay. I still have a few," Xiao Shui said gently. There were many monster kings in her family and she was well prepared. After using Azure Dragon's domain, she still had other monster king domains. After a pause, Xiao Shui said, "And if he knows that something happened to you, he will be very sad." Tian Ran blushed slightly. She knew that Xiao Shui was talking about Mu Yu. This was a very strange feeling. The two girls both liked the same person, but inexplicably met each other. At this time, when they suddenly talked about Mu Yu, the atmosphere became a little strange. Xiao Shui quietly looked at Tian Ran. Tian Ran was a very simple girl. She was wearing a green gauze dress and exuded a vigorous vitality from head to toe. Her carefree appearance made people unable to dislike her. No wonder Mu Yu likes her. It turns out that the two of them are very similar. Xiao Shui secretly thought. Mu Yu was also a very optimistic person. He was full of vitality and loved life. He was very similar to the simple Tian Ran. Tian Ran also secretly glanced at Xiao Shui from time to time. Xiao Shui was beautiful and slender, like a spotless fairy. She was clean and elegant. Her voice was also very clear, as pleasant as flowing water. No wonder Mu Yu likes her. She's really good-looking. Her reserved appearance is impeccable, and she's also kind. Tian Ran also secretly thought. She had a lively personality and couldn't be reserved at all. Her personality was also very casual. She was a little envious of Xiao Shui. The two girls were thinking about their own matters. Neither of them said anything. They were both thinking about why Mu Yu liked her. After thinking for a while, they suddenly felt dissatisfied with Mu Yu. Who did he like more? Both Tian Ran and Xiao Shui were a little uncertain. They both felt that Mu Yu might like the other party a little more. They both envied the other party and hoped that they could have the other party's characteristics. That way, Mu Yu wouldn't be half-hearted. When I meet Mu Yu, I must ask this question clearly. Chapter 11:11. Then let's travel together. This way, we can look after each other. Xiao Shui said. Tian Ran nodded. She thought of something and asked, "By the way, Xiao Shui, after you came here, did you feel that something was wrong? It felt like someone was guiding you to a certain place." Xiao Shui asked strangely, "No, what's wrong?" Tian Ran said with a puzzled look, "I don't know. Since I came to the ancient battlefield, I felt that someone was calling me and guiding me to a certain place. It was a very strange feeling, but I thought it was some kind of powerful demon beast luring its prey, so I didn't dare to go over." Xiao Shui was also puzzled. "You heard it alone? That's really strange." Tian Ran's feeling was getting stronger and stronger. She wanted to go there and take a look, but thinking of the danger of the ancient battlefield, she dispelled this idea. "Let's hurry and see if we can find Mu Yu. If we can find Mu Yu's senior brother, it's also fine. It's safer to stay with them," Tian Ran said. "Okay." Xiao Shui also agreed. The two of them were not great ascension stage cultivators. Even if Xiao Shui had the Demon King's domain ability, she wouldn't be able to last for long. The most important thing was to find the others. However, just as the two of them were about to leave, a terrifying domain aura swept over from afar. "Not good, it's Yu Hanshaw." He actually turned back. Tian Ran exclaimed. "You two are really good at running. Let's see where you're going now." Yu Hanshaw sneered when he found the traces of Xiao Shui and Tian Ran. Just now, he was deceived by Xiao Shui and became angry out of shame. As a dignified Great Ascension stage cultivator, he had lost his face. This time, he was going to capture the two of them. Xiao Shui didn't hesitate to raise her hand. A blue water spirit floated out and wrapped around Tian Ran and her at the same time. Then, she directly rushed into the river and quickly escaped. "You can't escape," Yu Hanshaw sneered. Just now, he had been affected by the Azure Dragon Monster King's domain ability, allowing Xiao Shui to hide her tracks in time. But now it was different. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Yu Hanshaw's white soul power blasted towards the clear water. The soul power was like a maggot attached to a bone, spreading all over the clear water. Under such a threat, no matter where Xiao Shui and Tian Ran were in the water, they would be captured by him. Voila! Xiao Shui instantly flew out of the pond 50 kilometers away from Tian Ran. She also discovered the soul force behind her and immediately soared into the sky with Tian Ran, fleeing into the distance. What should we do? He will catch up soon, Tian Ran said in a deep voice. A piece of the Sea Fiend King's sea bone appeared in Xiao Shue's hand. The Sea Fiend King's domain was sealed inside. She waved it behind her, and the entire region was immediately covered by the Sea Fiend King's domain. It was like a surging sea wave that rolled over and blocked Yuhanshaw. The Sea Fiend King's domain, my lord rises and falls. Bastard! Yuhanshaw furiously roared. He couldn't dodge in time and directly entered the Sea Fiend King's domain. He floated up and down in the domain and stopped. You want to rely on this to get rid of me? Dream on. The white soul bead in Yuhanshaw's hand suddenly blossomed with white radiance. The white radiance interweaved with each other and formed a spider web. The spider web quickly condensed into countless huge demonic claws that tore apart the Sea Fiend King's domain. Yuhanshaw's cultivation was much more formidable than the palace envoy's. At that time, the palace envoy was entangled by the Sea Fiend King's domain for nearly half an hour. However, Yuhanshaw managed to break free in less than half a cup of tea's time. The person ranked third on the extreme immortal list really couldn't be underestimated. You can't escape. Yuhanshaw once again locked onto Xiao Shui and Tian Ran's figures. He took a step forward and moved horizontally, gradually closing the distance between him and Xiao Shui and Tian Ran. It's all my fault. I implicated you. Tian Ran blamed herself. If Xiao Shui hadn't helped her, perhaps Xiao Shui wouldn't have gotten into so much trouble. Although Xiao Shui had the ability of a Fiend King's domain, she couldn't rely on it to fight against a true Great Ascension Stage expert. Yuhanshaw wasn't an ordinary soul race person. He was very powerful. Don't think like that. We can definitely escape, Xiao Shui said. Tian Ran took a deep breath and didn't panic. However, she was still very anxious. At this time, a call suddenly came from the distance. This time, the call was even clearer. Come here. Did you hear that? Tian Ran promptly asked. What did you hear? Xiao Shui asked in confusion. That voice came from the east. Someone told me to go there, Tian Ran said with uncertainty. Xiao Shui promptly said, then let's go there. But what if that monster is luring us? Tian Ran asked hesitantly. Xiao Shui brought Tian Ran and rushed towards the mountain stream below. She gritted her teeth and said, at least we can lure that guy over. Let's see who has better luck. Then we can only do this. Tian Ran and Xiao Shui didn't have any preparations to fight against Yuhanshaw. They turned around and flashed in another direction. In this place, if they wanted to protect themselves, they could only rely on the powerful creatures of the ancient battlefield. Tian Ran and Xiao Shui rushed into the territory of a powerful creature and alarmed the hidden monster. Not long after they entered, a huge underground crack appeared in front of them. It was a huge abyss. A river was surging into the abyss. Roar! A 100-meter-tall black tiger suddenly rushed out of the abyss. This black tiger only had bones on its head. Its whole body was covered in fur and flesh. It looked very strange. Its sharp tiger claws stepped on the air and a tyrannical aura swept out, causing Tian Ran and Xiao Shui to stop abruptly. However, Yuhanshaw laughed. What? Are you planning to lure the ancient demon beasts of the ancient battlefield to deal with me? Unfortunately, these beasts like flesh and blood the most. I have plenty of flesh and blood essence. Yuhanshaw's body was immediately covered in a blood-red mist. This was the flesh and blood essence of the cultivators they had hunted in the early days of the third heavenly layer. They stored their flesh and blood essence to deal with the ancient beasts of the ancient battlefield. The ancient beasts were powerful half-dead existences. The only thing that could drive them crazy was the flesh and blood essence. This was because the flesh and blood essence could make their bodies complete. At this time, the huge black tiger in the sky was roaring angrily at the three people who had invaded its territory. It swung its long tail, causing a burst of explosion in the air. It tore through the void and swept over. Xiao Shui and Tian Ran's expressions changed. This black tiger also had the strength of a Great Ascension Stage expert. Shua. Xiao Shui and Tian Ran promptly dodged. The black tiger didn't care about the two of them. Instead, it pounced on Yuhansho. The flesh and blood essence on Yuhansho's body was even more enticing to it. However, Yuhansho's domain instantly rippled out and separated the black tiger. "Help me capture them and the flesh and blood essence will be yours." Yuhansho sneered. The black tiger seemed to be afraid of Yuhansho's strength. It understood Yuhansho's meaning and immediately turned around. Its empty eyes stared at Qiao Shui and Tian Ran. Rather than fight to the death with Yuhansho, it would be better to make a deal. However, Qiao Shui and Tian Ran had already crossed the abyss and leapt into the distance. Roar! The black tiger immediately rushed towards Qiao Shui and Tian Ran without hesitation. Its huge tiger claws were like a small mountain as it pressed down on Qiao Shui and Tian Ran. Tian Ran's body once again lit up with golden sword qi. The sword qi rolled out and fused with Qiao Shui's water spirit. It became extremely light and slashed towards the ground. The river water that flowed into the abyss suddenly changed direction and crashed into the black tiger's body, knocking it to the side. The two of them took advantage of the situation and walked towards the east. "Come here." The same voice appeared in Tian Ran's mind. "How far is it from here?" Qiao Shui asked. "As long as we cross the black tiger's territory," the voice is getting clearer and clearer. "It shouldn't be far," Tian Ran quickly said. However, the black tiger was very fast. Not only it, but Yuhansho also surrounded them. The power of her domain completely blocked the road ahead. "Do you still want to escape?" Yuhansho's sky full of ghost claws grabbed towards Qiao Shui and Tian Ran. The ghost claws were overbearing and incomparably sharp. It was as if the entire void had become the territory of the ghost claws. Qiao Shui lightly shouted. She had already grasped a strand of hair from the white ape demon king. A huge amount of domain power rushed into Qiao Shui's body. Her water spirit rolled and formed a 100-meter-long fist. The fist was mighty and domineering. After it merged with the white ape demon king's domain, it was as if the white ape demon king had personally arrived. Boom. The fist condensed from the water spirit was mixed with an explosive sound. It sent the black tiger flying and instantly smashed the ghost claws of Yuhansho. The ghost claws also smashed into the ground, causing the ground to rumble. It was as if a mountain had collapsed. The domain that the white ape demon king gave Qiao Shui was clearly much stronger. He naturally spent more energy on this strand of hair compared to the one he gave to Mu Yu. Its power was also much greater. However, at the same time, the weakness was also obvious. This fist consumed a lot more spiritual energy. After Qiao Shui threw out the first fist, the spiritual energy in her body was completely drained. She couldn't condense a second fist. "Qiao Shui, are you okay?" Tian Ran anxiously asked. She took advantage of the time when Qiao Shui sent Yuhansho and the black tiger flying to immediately pull the exhausted Qiao Shui back. Tian Ran's speed was very fast. She stepped on a golden lotus and the two of them turned into afterimages. As long as they persevered a bit more. But just as they were about to leave Black Tiger's territory, Yuhansho once again appeared in front of them like a ghost, blocking their path. "You've used up all your trump cards. In that case, just obediently capture him." Yuhansho's ghost claws filled the sky and grabbed towards Tian Ran. Tian Ran protected Tian Ran behind her. The heavenly sword in her hand soared into the sky and a cold sword qi slashed down. However, no matter how strong her sword qi was, it was still at the transcending tribulation stage. After being hit by Yuhansho's ghost claws, a huge force was transmitted to Tian Ran's body, causing the blood in her body to churn. Poochie. Chapter 11-12. Tian Ran's blood energy floated in the air. Yuhansho had already reached out to grab Tian Ran. But at this time, a furious roar came from the distance. Following this, a giant hand swept out from the void, instantly sending Yuhansho flying. This hand was over 10,000 feet long and covered the skies. It danced in the void as if it wanted to shatter the void. It even wanted to tear a crack in the earth. Just this giant hand alone was already so terrifying. If the body was revealed, no one knew how big it would be. The blood and qi that had drifted out of Ning Rant's body was enveloped by the giant hand, and it was caught in the hand. A low, muffled voice that sounded like thunder from the 9 heavens rumbled, "Unforgivable, unforgivable." Xiao Shui had already grabbed onto Tian Ran. The two of them flew into the sky. They looked at the giant hand that had stretched out from the void in horror. They didn't know where the owner of this hand was or how it had appeared. Yu Hanshaw was sent flying by this palm. With great difficulty, he managed to stabilize himself in midair. He looked at the distant giant hand in shock and disbelief. As for the black tiger that had been following them, when it saw the giant hand, it began to tremble in fear. It turned around and tried to leave. However, the giant hand had already caught up to the black tiger and pinched it into 2 halves. The 2 halves of the black tiger's body struggled on the ground. Even though it had been crushed in half, it still desperately tried to reform itself. Its body didn't seem to have any fluctuations of life. It was only relying on its instincts to reform itself. But the giant hand that covered the sky slammed down once more, turning the black tiger's body into powder. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Dummy cannot forgive. The giant hand howled as it continued to grab at Yu Hanshaw. Yu Hanshaw was furious. He had never imagined that such a terrifying giant hand would appear. In the ancient battlefield, these powerful ancient desolate beasts would normally stay in their own territories and wouldn't invade the territories of others. But this giant hand had already surpassed his imagination. "Stop. I have flesh and blood essence. As long as you don't interfere with me capturing these 2 girls, I will give you my flesh and blood essence." Yu Hanshaw was both shocked and angry. A blood-red mist condensed around his body. He tried to cooperate with the giant hand's owner again, just like he had done with the black tiger. "Disgusting soul rat, dummy hates soul rats the most." A rumbling voice sounded out from the distance. The giant hand didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. It continued to grab at Yu Hanshaw. "Soul law sound, 10 directions soul demon fiend." Yu Hanshaw angrily roared. White soul force blossomed from his body, forming a heavenly net in front of him. Countless ghost claws reached out from the net, grabbing at the giant hand. However, that giant hand seemed capable of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. As it came crashing down, all of the white soul force-formed ghost claws were directly shattered. It even forcibly scattered Yu Hanshaw's condensed domain, ruthlessly slamming her into the ground. Dummy slaps soul rat to death. The giant hand continued to slap at Yu Hanshaw. The ancient battlefield's ground was extremely hard. Even when the giant hand slapped down, there wasn't a single scratch on the ground. Yu Hanshaw wasn't slapped into the ground, but his entire body was forcibly withstanding the attack of the giant hand. "Soul law sound, void ghost hand." Yu Hanshaw angrily roared as he used the other person's domain ability. But when the void ghost hand appeared in the air, it paled in comparison to the giant hand. It was directly crushed without any room to resist. "Soul law sound, Azura soul bow." A bow condensed with soul force shot out. This was someone else's domain, but this seemingly insufferably arrogant bow simply couldn't pierce through the giant hand. Like a small wooden stick, it was directly snapped in half by the giant hand. The giant hand once again smashed down at Yu Hanshaw. He relied on his soul force to resist for a bit, but he couldn't even fly away. His entire person originally appeared incomparably holy, but now he had revealed his ugly appearance. He was battered and exhausted, unable to escape from the giant hand's pressure. He had just stood up when he was slapped down again. I'll slap a mouse." After the giant hand slapped down for the 5th time, Yu Hanshaw was no longer able to resist. His entire body was forcibly smashed into a pile of meat paste by the giant hand. The smell of blood filled the air. Yu Hanshaw's unwilling roar came from the pile of meat paste. His body had been destroyed, but his soul still existed. But he was no longer able to use the other person's domain. He wanted to leave this place. But the giant hand grabbed Yu Hanshaw's soul. A powerful strength firmly grasped Yu Hanshaw's soul in its hand. With a grasp, Yu Hanshaw's soul was like a piece of paper, directly torn to pieces and obliterated to death. Extreme Immortal ranked 3rd, Yu Hanshaw, dead. Xiao Shui and Tian Ran were both shocked. The shock brought to them by that giant hand was too great. No one expected that the originally arrogant and insufferably arrogant Yu Hanshaw would be killed by that giant hand without being able to resist at all. It had to be known that Yu Hanshaw was a great Ascension Realm expert and was ranked 3rd on the Extreme Immortal ranking. This kind of powerful soul race person actually didn't even last a quarter of an hour in front of this giant hand before being completely obliterated. Just what was the origin of this giant hand? Qiao Shui and Tian Ran looked at each other in dismay. Their hearts were already panicking to the extreme. The two of them were only transcending tribulation realm cultivators. It was simply impossible for them to escape from this giant hand. The two of them also couldn't escape because the giant hand gave them too much pressure, making them almost unable to breathe. But when the giant hand landed in front of the two of them, it didn't slap down. Instead, it strangely bent its finger and stretched out an incomparably large index finger in front of Tian Ran. The fingernail of this index finger was several hundred feet wide. It was rough and bumpy, like a huge crystal. "Dummy told you to come up." The muffled voice rolled over again, echoing in the ears of the two of them. It was as if it could burst their eardrums. It was truly terrifying. Qiao Shui and Tian Ran looked at each other. Tian Ran cautiously asked, "It doesn't seem to plan on harming us. Should we go over?" Qiao Shui couldn't make up her mind. The sudden appearance of this giant hand had frightened the two of them. They didn't know what it wanted to do. However, Qiao Shui still said, "Then let's go up. In any case, we can't escape." Tian Ran nodded and stood on the fingernail of the index finger with Qiao Shui. Then, the giant hand quickly stretched out and merged into the void. Tian Ran and Qiao Shui only felt countless illusions flash past their ears. Before they could react, the two of them had already appeared in a huge mountain range. The mountain range here was continuous and undulating. Each mountain peak was several hundred feet tall. However, there was an even more terrifying giant in front of them. He was sitting between the undulating mountain peaks. Those mountain peaks were like small mounds in front of him, not even worth mentioning. This giant was at least 10,000 feet tall. Tian Ran and Qiao Shui were frightened by this giant. This was the first time they had seen such a tall giant. If this giant stood up, he would be able to support the sky. The giant looked a little silly. He had short black hair and his rough skin was like a ravine. The hair on his body was like a towering tree. He was also wearing grey shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. He looked very silly and cute. The giant moved his head closer to Tian Ran. His eyeballs were bigger than a mountain peak. They were like huge gemstones. "Master is a man. You are a woman. You are not master." The rumbling voice sounded again. Tian Ran and Qiao Shui's expressions changed. This voice was like a thunderclap in their ears, causing them to tremble. The two of them quickly covered their ears and closed their eyes. They didn't dare to look at the giant. Dummy is scaring people. Dummy is not a good child. Dummy, be smaller. Be smaller. When Tian Ran and Qiao Shui opened their eyes, they were surprised to find that the giant in front of them had become smaller. Originally, he was so terrifying that he could support the sky. Now, he was only several hundred feet tall. Even so, his body was still bigger than a mountain peak. Dummy asked who you are. Why do you have Master's aura? Dummy moved his head closer to Tian Ran and blinked his eyes curiously. When he blinked, there was a strange wind blowing from his eyelids. Dummy then stretched out his hand and scratched the back of his head. He looked at Tian Ran in confusion. This time, his voice was softer. Although it was still rumbling, at least it wasn't as terrifying. Tian Ran hesitated and said, "I don't know who your master is. However, I'm not your master. I'm just passing by. Thank you for saving us. You definitely know where Master is. You have Master's aura on you. Dummy won't mistake you for someone else." The giant Dummy shook his head like an ignorant child. Tian Ran and Qiao Shui were like two little ants in front of him. Dummy became smaller again. This time, Dummy's hand was as big as a house. He squatted on the ground and looked at Tian Ran like a curious baby. Qiao Shui asked tentatively, "Dummy, is the master you're talking about Jianying Chenfeng?" Dummy smiled and nodded happily. "That's right. Master is Jianying Chen Feng. Jianying Chen Feng is Dummy's master. Dummy likes master. Tian Ran looked at Dummy in shock. She never thought that Dummy would know her father. Dummy stretched out his big index finger and gently touched Tian Ran. He asked, "Who are you? Why do you have master's aura?" Tian Ran forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart and said, "I'm Jianying Chen Feng's daughter. Do you know my father? Are you Dummy's master's daughter? No wonder Dummy feels that you're very close. Dummy likes you too." Giant Dummy opened its mouth and laughed. Its teeth were like large bricks, white and clean. It sat between the mountains and hugged its knees with both hands, looking very happy. Chapter 11:13. My name is Tian Ran. Were you the one who called out to me? Tian Ran introduced herself. At the same time, she looked at Dummy curiously. Dummy nodded. My name is Dummy. Master said that I was dumb, so he called me Dummy. You shouldn't have come to this place. It's too dangerous. Tian Ran sat on a rock at the top of the mountain and asked, "Where is this place? Dummy, why are you here?" Dummy looked a little wronged by the question. He stretched out 2 index fingers and poked them together. He lowered his head and said, "This is an ancient battlefield. It's a very dangerous place. Dummy doesn't know. Dummy did something wrong, so Master told me to stay here. He said that I need to reflect on myself and that I can only leave when someone comes to find me." At this point, Dummy raised its head excitedly and looked at Tian Ran. "Are you the person that Master was talking about? Master told you to come find me, didn't he? Can Dummy leave now?" Tian Ran and Xiao Shui looked at each other. Dummy, who had killed Yu Hanshaw with a few slaps, was punished to reflect on himself. Tian Ran carefully asked, "Dummy, how long have you been here?" Dummy scratched his head and stretched out his fingers. He counted with his fingers. Dummy has been here for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. He started to count. He seemed a little slow. He couldn't remember how many years he had been here. Tian Ran quickly interrupted Dummy. If Dummy continued counting like this, who knew how long it would take? "Dummy, stop counting. What did you do wrong? Why did my father punish you to reflect on yourself?" Tian Ran asked. Dummy's 2 giant hands stretched out 2 fingers, and its fingertips poked each other gently. It said in a wronged tone, "Dummy is not a good child. Dummy destroyed the world in a fit of anger. They provoked me first. They wanted to chase Dummy away, so Dummy slapped them to death. But Master said that Dummy's actions were wrong, so Dummy wants to reflect here." Tian Ran and Xiao Shui were so shocked that they were speechless. Dummy actually destroyed the world. How powerful was Dummy to be able to destroy a world? "Dummy, what was the name of the world you destroyed?" Tian Ran couldn't help but ask. Dummy blinked in confusion. Dummy forgot. Dummy tore off a black and white blade of grass, and then the world was destroyed. Dummy didn't do it on purpose. Dummy was too angry at the time. Black and white blade of grass. Why does it sound so familiar? "Ah, Dummy, you didn't destroy a layer of sky, did you?" Tian Ran suddenly exclaimed. She had heard Mu Yu talk about underworld grass before. Underworld grass was the most primitive force that maintained the balance of the world. Once the underworld grass went out of control, the black gas and death gas would continuously devour other things and gradually become stronger. Eventually, the world would be destroyed. However, it was very difficult to lose control of the balance. At the time, Mu Yu, whose cultivation was relatively low, overcame a lot of difficulties to transform the underworld grass with the help of Jianying Chen Feng, Deadwood Evergreen, and Xie Yulao. However, Dummy had broken the balance of the underworld grass with a single pull. Dummy was not simple. Dummy scratched its head. Dummy doesn't know. Dummy didn't do it on purpose. Someone instigated me to pull that blade of grass. Dummy didn't like that blade of grass, so when Dummy pulled it off, I quickly ran away. It was like running away after causing trouble. I ran very quickly. Dummy smiled honestly. It seemed that it still felt a little embarrassed thinking about that incident. Tian Ran and Xiao Shui felt that it was inconceivable. Dummy had destroyed an entire world, and it was just causing trouble. No wonder it was punished here. If Dummy went to the third layer of heaven, wouldn't it turn the third layer of heaven upside down? By the way, Master asked Dummy to guard something here. Do you want it? I'll give it to you. Can you take me away from here? Dummy wasn't very fun here. Dummy beat up many wild beasts, but they were no match for Dummy. Dummy was very bored. When it was bored, it counted the stars. Dummy had already counted a lot of stars. Dummy still wanted to pick stars, but I couldn't. Dummy scratched its head as it spoke. Tien Ran could imagine the scene of Dummy trying its best to grow bigger, expanding its body to a height of 10,000 feet to pick the stars. It was really too incredible. Dummy, what did my father ask you to guard here? Guard it well. You can't go to the third layer of heaven with me. Otherwise, if you get angry, the third layer of heaven will be destroyed, Tien Ran said seriously. Dummy said pitifully, Little Tien Ran, can you take me away? It's so boring here. Dummy promised not to cause trouble. Dummy is very obedient. Dummy likes Master to play with me the most. Master used to take me everywhere to play, and I was very obedient. Later, Master said that he had something to do and left. Dummy made mistakes. Tien Ran looked very embarrassed, but Xiao Shui whispered, Tien Ran, the threat of the third layer of heaven is great. It might be a good idea for us to take him back. His cultivation is at least at the Great Ascension stage. How can someone who can kill Yu Hanshaw be so simple? Tien Ran thought of those people from the soul race, and her heart was filled with anger. She thought for a moment, nodded, and asked, well, I don't know if it's a good thing to bring you, but don't mess around. Also, Dummy, what did my father ask you to guard here? When Dummy heard Tien Ran agree, he looked very happy. He stood up and jumped twice. Great, Dummy can leave. Wait for me, I'll go get it for you. Dummy turned around and crossed the mountains. Those mountains were like toy mounds under his feet. He counted the mountains with his fingers, then walked to the fifth mountain, squatted down, and directly lifted the mountain up like he was lifting a stone. Who on earth is Dummy? Tien Ran and Xiao Shui were shocked as they watched Dummy easily lift the mountain that was at least 2 kilometers high. They couldn't calm down for a long time. Dummy touched the bottom of the mountain for a long time, and finally took out a golden compass. The compass was round, and 2 black and white light spots were floating on it, constantly rotating. Countless array patterns were engraved on the compass. The golden compass was dozens of meters in diameter, but in Dummy's hand, it was like a small copper coin. After taking out the compass, he put the mountain back in its original position. The mountain let out an earth-shattering roar, and the stones on the mountain rolled down. However, the mountain didn't crack, and it remained intact, as if the mountain was protected by a strange force. Dummy handed the compass to Tien Ran and said happily, "This is what my master asked me to guard. He said this thing is for the fated person. I don't know who the fated person is, but you are my master's daughter, and Dummy likes you, so you are the fated person. So, you are the fated person, so I'll give it to you." Dummy stretched out his finger and gently rotated the black and white light spots on the compass. The 2 light spots spun quickly, and Dummy seemed to find it very amusing. He chuckled. Tien Ran looked at the compass that was dozens of meters wide and said uncertainly, "Dummy, I can't carry such a big thing, and you are so big. It will scare people if you go out." Dummy scratched his head, blinked his big eyes, and said, "Then I'll shrink it." Dummy roughly squeezed the compass with both hands. His hands were very big. Tien Ran and Xiao Shui were originally worried that Dummy would crush the compass, but they didn't expect the compass to shrink under Dummy's pressure. In the end, it was only 2 inches wide, floating in mid-air. Dummy is almost invisible. Dummy is shrinking. Dummy's body shrank again, but no matter how small he became, he was still more than 2 meters tall, like a majestic bull. He looked very simple and honest. Dummy doesn't like to be too small, so this is fine. Dummy sat in front of Tien Ran and Xiao Shui, hugging his knees with both hands like an obedient child. Tien Ran carefully took the golden compass and asked, "Dummy, what is this compass used for?" Dummy thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I don't know. Master said that someone will know how to use this compass. This is a very profound formation pattern, and Dummy can't understand it. Master said that Dummy should wait here, and this needs to be given to someone called Moo. Moo. Moo something. Right, a Moo Moo. It needs to be given to someone called a Moo Moo. Who's a Moo Moo? Tian Ran and Xiao Shui looked at each other. This name was very funny. Dummy blinked and grinned. I don't know who a Moo Moo is, but he said that after giving it to a Moo Moo will use it, and I can go out and play with him. But I've waited for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. Dummy started counting with his fingers again. Tian Ran and Xiao Shui felt a headache coming on. This Dummy is so strong, but why is he so stupid? Tian Ran saw that Dummy had already counted to 21 years, but he still hadn't finished counting. She hurriedly said, Dummy, stop counting. Tell us what happened in this place. Why are there so many powerful desolate beasts? Just as Dummy was about to speak, his nose suddenly twitched. He sniffed Tian Ran and Xiao Shui, then sniffed towards the north. His eyes lit up. Dummy smelled little Jian Jian's scent. Little Jian Jian is also coming to find Dummy. Dummy wants to find little Jian Jian to play with. Do you want to come with me to find little Jian Jian? Tian Ran and Xiao Shui felt a little uneasy. Who is little Jian Jian? Could it be a powerful desolate beast that Dummy knows? The desolate beasts in this place were so powerful that they were speechless. It wouldn't be safe for them to go anywhere. However, Dummy stood up excitedly and said, let's go. Dummy will bring you to find little Jian Jian. After saying that, he became a giant that was dozens of meters tall. He waved at Tian Ran and Xiao Shui. The two of them couldn't do anything. Dummy was very strong, and following him would give them a sense of security. They jumped onto Dummy's shoulder and left with him. Are you sure? Little handsome. Every time you say that you smell something familiar, I feel that it's not very reliable, Moo said casually as he carefully circled around the territory of a powerful desolate beast. Little handsome sniffed and said, I can't be wrong. I just smell something familiar. It's over there. Then what's the smell this time? Moo sat on his flying sword and scanned the ancient battlefield. From time to time, ruins could be seen on the ancient battlefield. These ruins resembled cities, and one could vaguely imagine how prosperous they used to be, but now they were in ruins. Chapter 11:14. What is dazed goose? Moo rubbed Xiao Shui's head. I can't remember what it is, but I feel like I can still remember the taste. Maybe we can find something delicious again. Let's go quickly, or it will be too late. Xiao Shui said happily. In this place, who will fight with you for food? Moo crossed a turbulent river. There was a terrifying aura hidden in the woods on the other side of the river. He bypassed the woods, not wanting to provoke the other party. Where are Chengyang and the others? Moo pondered. Right now, he wanted to find the people from the Sanchong Palace and kill them. If he guessed correctly, the people from the Sanchong Palace should also be looking for him. Only the last 9 people who survived the ancient battlefield would become Xian immortals and control the power of Tianheng. Whether it was Moo or the soul race, they couldn't let the other party occupy the Xian immortal spot. But at this moment, Moo suddenly stopped and landed in a forest. What's wrong? Xiao Shui asked. Moo slowly glanced around, stared at the shadow in front of him, and said indifferently, You've been following me for so long, don't you want to come out? A breeze blew, blowing a few leaves. What a keen sense of smell. A crisp voice came from the forest in front of him. The owner of the voice was a woman. She sounded very elegant, but there was a trace of hostility in her elegance. A shadow had already appeared under the shadow of the trees. It was a pure shadow, pitch black and illusory. Moo already knew who this person was. The saintess of the Silhouette Being Organization, Yu Mo. Why are you following me? Moo asked indifferently. Although he had fought with many people of the Silhouette Being Organization, he still didn't know much about the secrets of the organization. Whether it was the Shadowless Being or the Shadowless Being, these two alien races were very secretive. Very few people in the cultivation world knew about their existence. Those who knew of their existence would not underestimate these two races. Yumo stood 10 meters away from Mu Yu. Although she was only a shadow, she looked different from other shadows. In the past, the other shadow killers that Mu Yu had seen were all very illusory and did not have a specific form. However, the Yumo in front of him had an exquisite figure with curves. From the shadow, he could tell that she was wearing a light gauze dress. Even the hem of her dress could be seen clearly. But she was just a shadow with a concrete form. I just happened to pass by and met you. I was very curious about the legendary Mu Yu, that's why I followed you. Yumo said. Mu Yu said indifferently, the shadow humans don't belong to our third heaven. Do you want to become one of the 9 Xian immortals after entering the extreme immortal stele? Fellow Daoist Mu, you must be joking. I am a human born in the third heavenly layer. Yumo slowly said. So you will go against the soul race for the sake of the third heavenly layer? Mu Yu raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically. Yumo elegantly leaned against the tree trunk and asked, then fellow Daoist Mu, you will also go and save the third heavenly layer? Mu Yu said indifferently, I don't need you to tell me what to do. But I can tell you clearly that in my eyes, there are only friends and enemies. Neutral people are also enemies. A faint killing intent spread out from his body and he did not hide it at all. The shadow humans and shadowless humans did not want to interfere in the dispute of the third heavenly layer. However, to Mu Yu, these 2 races originally belonged to the third heavenly layer. They were both born in the third heavenly layer, but they were not willing to help the third heavenly layer fight against the soul race. Then, there was no need to be polite to them. Mu Yu never believed that these 2 races were easy to deal with. Their goal behind the scenes couldn't be as simple as remaining neutral. In fact, it was highly likely that at a critical moment in the war between the 2 races and the spiriters, they would be the fishermen that would reap the benefits in the end. You shouldn't treat us as your enemies. This is disadvantageous for you. Yumo said lightly. The threat in her words was very strong. If they sided with the soul race, it would be equivalent to Mu Yu and the others having another enemy. However, Mu Yu smiled faintly. You are wrong. I have never cared who you side with. I can kill Qingming, and I can also kill you. Do you still think that we are so easy to threaten after what happened to Winter Solstice and Yellow Spring? Yumo was silent for a moment before saying, we will find Chengyang to settle this score. Swish. The sword light had already swept out and sealed off the entire forest. The surrounding trees began to tremble and become restless. There's no need to find my senior brother. I can have a good talk with you about this score. Mu Yu's eyes revealed an intense killing intent. The biting cold sword light filled the entire forest, as though it could jump out from every treetop and leaf at any moment. Yumo left the tree trunk and stood very straight. You want to kill me? Yumo asked. Runes had already lit up under Mu Yu's feet. You wanted to kill me in the past, didn't you? Nipping an unknown threat in the bud was the most direct method. Yumo looked thoughtfully at the dangers lurking around the forest and said, killing you is just a mission. You are indeed very strong, stronger than we imagined, but our goal is only perfect river and mountain. That's all. Do you want to write off the debt by accepting the mission to kill me? Let me think. Perfect river and mountain is now completely activated. It can restrict the soul race from killing people as they wish. Naturally, it can restrict you as well. Is that right? Mu Yu said calmly. Perfect river and mountain was a powerful formation set up by his master. It was specially used to protect the entire third heaven from being massacred by the alien races. From a certain point of view, the shadowless and shadowless races were also alien races. However, Yumo shook her head slightly. I've said it before. We are people from the third heaven. Even if our cultivation techniques are different, we are still born in the third heaven. Perfect river and mountain cannot restrict us. We just want to rely on perfect river and mountain to do something else. What is it? Those who are not strong enough don't need to know. Wang. All the sword cheese exploded from the forest, and all the leaves in the forest began to fall off. It was as if they had turned into many divine swords that revealed their sharpness. As the sword shadows transformed, they flew toward Yumo's position. The sharp air seemed to be torn into pieces, sealing off all of Yu Mo's escape routes. The power of the domain rushed out with Yu Mo as the center. It was as if there was a huge dark cloud in the sky that covered the sun, devouring all the light rays. Night instantly descended upon the entire forest, dyeing the forest pitch black. All the trees were devoured by the shadows, and Yu Mo's figure also disappeared into the shadows. The sword Cheese transformed from the forest entered the night, whizzing through the night. Then, it gradually returned to silence. According to the information, Mu Yu is a kind and easygoing person. He is not someone who kills decisively. Could it be that the information is wrong? Yu Mo's voice came from the surrounding darkness. It was impossible to tell where she was. I have never shown mercy to those who deserve to be killed. Those who think themselves infallible and want to find a sense of existence in front of me, I will only mercilessly kill them. Mu Yu said indifferently. He coldly swept his gaze over the surrounding darkness. Just a moment ago, it was still a clear and boundless sky, but when Yu Mo's domain ability spread out, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. There was not even a trace of light, and only the 10-meter radius around Mu Yu was not shrouded in shadows. Everywhere else was already pitch black. Yu Mo's voice echoed in the surrounding shadows. In the end, you are not at the level of Jian Ying and Chen Feng. Even if you know the true meaning of perfect land and mountain, it is useless. You are right. In the end, I am not a great person like my master, so the path I walk is destined to be different from his. Runes had already rolled out under Mu Yu's feet. Yu Mo's domain was like a storm that surrounded him, constantly squeezing the area within 10 meters of Mu Yu, wanting to swallow the place where he stood. However, Mu Yu was like a ray of light in the dark night, firmly guarding his own territory, majestic and unmoving. No matter how Yu Mo's Grand Ascension Stage domain pressured him, it was unable to get within 10 meters of him. The runes on Mu Yu's body gradually formed a barrier. The aura of a Grand Ascension Stage spread out from his body, mixed with the runes, and disappeared into the endless darkness. An unending stream of runes poured into the darkness, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, not having any effect. Yu Mo's domain seemed to be swallowing all the people wrapped in shadows. Domain, killing shadow sky. Within Yu Mo's domain, all the attacks would be turned into shadows by her. Any sword chi technique that entered the shadows would not be able to find the target, unable to track her position. And to the enemy, she was everywhere. The space that Mu Yu occupied finally began to gradually shrink. From the initial 10 meters, it gradually became 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. The power of Yu Mo's domain was beyond imagination. Mu Yu was on high alert. His eyes lit up with runes. Countless inscriptions flashed from his eyes. The shadow clone sword in his hand instantly bloomed with sword chi that was tens of thousands of feet long. The sword chi swept out, cleaving apart the surrounding shadows. However, after the shadows were cleaved apart, they instantly fused back together. You have just stepped into the Grand Ascension Stage, far from being my opponent. In my killing shadow sky domain, your attacks are ineffective against me. Yu Mo said indifferently. Mu Yu's figure was gradually compressed, and finally, he was completely swallowed by Yu Mo's shadow sky domain. I have to admit that it is really surprising that you can step into the Grand Ascension Stage in such a short time, but it is limited to this. I said that you are not qualified to know, so you are not qualified to know. Yu Mo was the king of the darkness, and the shadows were her battlefield. She could appear in any corner of the shadows. After Mu Yu was shrouded by the shadows, she had already revealed a victorious smile. Anyone who was surrounded by her domain would become a lamb for her to slaughter. No one could find her shadow in her domain, and she could use her shadow to kill her opponent from anywhere. Chapter 11:15. Mu Yu's figure had completely disappeared from Yu Mo's shadow. He couldn't see any light around him. He couldn't even see his own body clearly. It was as if he had become blind all of a sudden. Whether it was his senses or smell, he had lost control. I don't want to kill you, but after I capture you, I will definitely let Chengyang sit down and settle the score. He must give us an explanation. Your life is the bargaining chip. Yu Mo had already appeared behind Mu Yu. She stretched out her hand to grab Mu Yu. In her opinion, Mu Yu had already fallen into her domain and couldn't escape even if he had wings. You're wrong. When we brothers do things, we don't need to explain to anyone. Mu Yu's voice slowly sounded, and my life has never been anyone's bargaining chip. Buzz. A powerful domain ability poured out from Mu Yu and instantly blended into the darkness. At this time, Yumo's hand had already grabbed Mu Yu's neck. However, her face suddenly changed because she was surprised to find that her hands had actually brushed past Mu Yu's body. What shocked her the most was that Mu Yu had actually disappeared in front of her eyes. It was as if she could make all the opponents in her domain lose their senses and couldn't find any trace of her. However, she never thought that she would actually lose her perception of Mu Yu in her own domain. How is this possible? Yumo was shocked. When she felt that something was wrong, she had already quickly retreated and blended into the darkness. She continued to hold her breath and continued to search for Mu Yu's traces. However, Mu Yu had actually disappeared in her domain. Did he break free? Yumo looked around, trying to find any trace of Mu Yu. She originally thought that Mu Yu had escaped from her domain, but she clearly remembered that her domain had completely wrapped Mu Yu within it. Do you really think that your domain is unique? Mu Yu's voice echoed in the surroundings. He didn't leave Yumo's killing shadow domain at all. What made Yumo bewildered was that Mu Yu's voice seemed to resound in every corner of the killing shadow heaven punishing domain. It also seemed like he was speaking from behind her, or even right next to her ear. However, she still couldn't sense Mu Yu's aura. What was going on? Yumo would never have imagined how powerful Mu Yu's domain was. Yu Chenkuan was enough to break through the opponent's domain and transform it into his own domain. In his domain, anyone's domain could be used by him. This was Shadow Strike's highest assassination technique. Anyone caught in the shadow of Shadow Strike would die without a doubt. However, Mu Yu was the only one who had an accident. At this moment, Mu Yu's Yu Chenkuan had already taken over Yumo's murderous shadow domain as his own. The murderous shadow domain would cause people to be immersed in endless darkness while Yumo herself could appear anywhere. But now, the tables had turned. Mu Yu had infiltrated Yumo's domain, causing Yumo herself to be unable to find him. Are you playing hide and seek with me? Yumo frowned. The entire murderous shadow heaven punishing domain shook violently. In every corner of the darkness, a death god's scythe appeared, cutting through every corner of the domain. As long as one was controlled by the murderous shadow heaven punishing domain, it was almost impossible to avoid the reaping of these scythes. But she still couldn't sense Mu Yu's existence. Her scythes also didn't touch anything. However, her brows suddenly wrinkled. She didn't know when a powerful sword intent had appeared behind her. As the sword intent spread out, it fiercely chopped down on her body. She was hiding in the murderous shadow heaven punishing domain, but she was still found by Mu Yu. Yumo's reaction could be said to be extremely fast. Mu Yu's sword chi brushed past her hair, cutting off a strand of her hair. She also dissipated in the instant the sword chi chopped down, removing her domain. In the forest, the wind gently brushed the leaves, rolling them up and causing them to flutter. Yumo once again condensed her figure. It was a pure shadow that fell under the shade of a tree. She stared at Mu Yu, who was not far away. The two of them were still in the same place as before, as if neither of them had moved. However, Yumo knew that she had almost lost her life under her own domain. How did you see through my domain? Yumo asked softly. The shadow sword in Mu Yu's hand shook. A biting cold sword chi slashed out horizontally, covering Yumo from all directions. You don't have the qualifications to know. Mu Yu's answer was very straightforward. Just like how Yumo looked down on Mu Yu at the beginning, Mu Yu was too lazy to explain too much. You are indeed very strong. A scythe condensed from pitch-black shadows appeared in Yumo's hand. The scythe swallowed the surrounding light, as if all the light was unable to break free. The moment she waved her scythe, it instantly transformed into countless shadows. Each shadow was like a sharp awl, meeting Mu Yu's shadow swords head-on. However, Mu Yu's sword chi was sharp and unstoppable. With a slash of his sword, all the shadows were destroyed. Any shadow in front of him seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. Yumo's scythe also blasted over, clashing with the shadow sword. Ding! A crisp sound reverberated. Yumo's figure had already retreated. What a powerful sky sword! Yumo couldn't help but praise. However, her figure didn't stop at all. At the place where Muyu was standing, every leaf and every branch's shadow began to emit hair-like shadow silks, trying to restrict Muyu. Muyu didn't move. His body emitted runes, blocking all the shadows outside. At this moment, Yumo's scythe was already slashing towards Muyu. Mind's eye controls the universe. Muyu indifferently looked at the incoming scythe. In Yumo's eyes, the surroundings of Muyu seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. The entire forest was clearly green and lush, as if it was the height of summer. However, within 5 meters of Muyu, the entire area had turned into a golden autumn. The green leaves in the forest floated down. When they entered the 5 meters of Muyu's area, they actually turned into withered yellow leaves, as if their vitality had already died. When the scythe in Yumo's hand entered Muyu's domain, she was shocked to discover that her scythe seemed to have lost control at some point. The scythe in her hand was still formed from pitch-black shadows, but the part of the scythe that entered within 5 meters of Muyu had unknowingly turned into a withered branch. Her scythe actually had a different appearance inside and outside of Muyu's array technique. It was as if the scythe had been forcibly transformed into a tree by Muyu. The entire scythe was like a shadow and a tree. Muyu looked at the incoming tree branch. He gently stretched out his hand, grabbed the scythe, and gently snapped it. Catcher! The scythe, which was powerful enough to swallow all the light, was easily broken by Muyu. Yumo was both shocked and angry. She clearly felt that her scythe of the death god had been destroyed by Muyu. When she regained her senses, even the scythe in her hand had shattered inch by inch, disappearing without a trace. Her artifact had actually been destroyed. Yu Qiankuan. Within his domain, everything was under his control. He used his own method to create his own rules. Within his Yu Qiankuan, the shadows that formed the scythe were no longer shadows. Instead, they were transformed into withered branches. Swish! The heaven sword in Muyu's hand instantly disappeared into the blue dome of heaven. The sky immediately changed and a strong whirlpool was formed. As the whirlpool swept across, it slashed down towards Yumo's body. The cyan-colored sword light illuminated the entire heaven and earth. It was as if it had dispelled all the haze and not a single shadow existed. Yumo shouted in shock and anger. She wanted to escape, but there was no way out. She could only watch as the heaven sword slashed down with an insufferably arrogant heaven's might. However, at this moment, the aura of another domain came from behind. It rushed into Muyu's heaven sword's might and protected Yumo, saving her from Muyu's sword. A young man in blue clothes appeared beside Yumo. Great Water City's young lord, Xiao Ran. Yumo, you shouldn't have gone to find trouble with Muyu. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. Yumo broke free from his domain and landed on a nearby treetop. I don't need you to save me, Yumo said angrily. Xiao Ran didn't get angry. Instead, he continued to smile and said, we are old enemies. Naturally, I don't want to save you. However, if you die, things will become even more troublesome, right? We have a common goal. Have you forgotten? The goal of the Shadowless clan and the Shadowless clan was the perfect land and mountains. Right now, not only were there people from the Soul clan in the ancient battlefield, there were also Jian Ying and Chen Feng's 4 fellow disciples. If the Shadowless clan and the Shadowless clan lost one of their members, it would be impossible for them to deal with the Soul clan and Jian Ying and Chen Feng's 4 fellow disciples by themselves. Not to mention, there was still Chu Xiaoqi, whose position was very clear in the ancient battlefield. Yumo coldly snorted. She didn't refute Xiao Ran's words. Her gaze once again landed on Muyu's body. Why is your domain so strange? Muyu withdrew his heavenly sword and indifferently looked at Xiao Ran. Do you want to come at me together? Xiao Ran shook his head slightly. To be honest, you are very powerful. So powerful that it is beyond my expectations. I originally thought that even if you stepped into the Great Ascension stage, you wouldn't pose much of a threat to us. This is because I still know about Gomang's domain. The effect of that domain is heaven-defying, but it isn't suitable for battle. However, I didn't expect that you would actually comprehend your own domain. Unlike your 3 fellow disciples, who deprived the other Spirit Lord Yu Meng of their domains. Life and death could be decided in the blink of an eye. One glance was enough to determine the life and death of anyone. However, if this domain wanted to be effective, it had to hit the opponent. If it was Gomang, it would be very difficult for him to hit someone of the same realm during battle. This was because everyone's reaction was faster than the 2 rays of light. However, the other 4 Spirit Lord Yu Meng's domains were different. They were very powerful to an extremely terrifying extent. Their domains were suitable for battle. Are you surprised? Mu Yu looked at Xiao Ran. He didn't feel anything towards anyone from the Shadowless clan and the Shadowless clan. At this time, he wouldn't show mercy to anyone who got in his way. Chapter 11:16. Xiao Ran stood in the air. There was no shadow under his feet. Yu Mo stopped on the treetop. Her entire body was a ball of shadow. Yu Mo and Xiao Ran, one was the saintess of the Shadowless clan and the other was the young master of the Shadowless clan. The 2 originally stood on opposite sides. They were like fire and water, but because of a common goal, they walked together. They both understood one thing. If they didn't choose to let go of their prejudices, they wouldn't be able to contend against the 4 disciples of Jian Ying and Chen Feng. I thought we would never be together. Xiao Ran looked at Yu Mo with a smile. We weren't going to be together in the first place. Yu Mo simply replied. You're right, but we have no choice but to work together now. Xiao Ran wasn't angry. After a while, Xiao Ran said, our target isn't you. It's only Cheng Yang. So, the 2 of us actually don't want to attack you. I hope Daoist Mu Yu can understand this. Mu Yu indifferently raised his shadow clone sword. I will kill anyone who tries to harm my family. Sword chi poured out and streaked across the sky, parting ways with Xiao Ran and Yu Mo. People who walked different paths could not make plans together. Rather than leaving these 2 people to deal with Cheng Yang, he might as well solve the problem himself. Yu Mo and Xiao Ran quickly spread out to form a series of illusionary images in the sky to evade Mu Yu's sword beams. However, Mu Yu's array runes became like a spiderweb, covering the entire sky to seal up the entire domain. Xiao Ran stopped smiling. He knew that after Mu Yu comprehended his own domain, he didn't underestimate Mu Yu at all. This was because he knew that even he couldn't easily defeat Yu Mo. However, Yu Mo was defeated by Mu Yu's sword. Their only chance was to work together to deal with Mu Yu. Traceless dive. Xiao Ran lightly shouted. The power of his domain swept out and penetrated Mu Yu's formation runes. He broke free and formed his own domain. Xiao Ran's domain, Traceless dive. Within his domain, anyone with a shadow would have their shadow taken away. He could control the opponent's shadow and kill the opponent by killing the shadow. On the other side, Yu Mo's body was once again shrouded in darkness. The darkness engulfed the entire void, faintly resonating with Xiao Ran's domain. The 2 people's domains merged together, contending with Mu Yu's aura. However, the black and white runes lit up in Mu Yu's eyes once again. What he wanted to do was very simple. He wanted to use brute force to get rid of these 2 people. The moment Xiao Ran and Yu Mo's domains came into contact with Mu Yu's, they were silently assimilated by Mu Yu's domain and gradually became Mu Yu's domain. Traceless dive, killing Shadow Sky? Mu Yu smiled indifferently. His gaze suddenly became incomparably sharp. Whether it was Xiao Ran's Traceless dive or Yu Mo's killing Shadow Sky, their domains were extremely troublesome to deal with ordinary cultivators. However, in front of Mu Yu, domains were the most worthless thing. Xiao Ran's domain pressed down on Mu Yu from the left. His goal was very clear. He wanted to take away Mu Yu's shadow. As long as he could control Mu Yu's shadow, Mu Yu would be under his control. However, his expression quickly changed. His domain had just reached Mu Yu's body, but it passed through Mu Yu's body and uncontrollably blasted towards Yu Mo's domain. Xiao Ran and Yu Mo's domains reinforced and restrained each other. It was impossible to determine the victor. Bang! When Xiao Ran and Yu Mo's domains collided, a powerful explosion erupted. Black shadows poured out and were torn apart in the air. Both of them retreated a few hundred meters. His domain is very strange. We can't use domains, Yu Mo said in a deep voice. Xiao Ran immediately understood the severity of the situation. Mu Yu's domain had reached an unfathomably powerful level. With such a terrifying domain, if it weren't for the fact that 4 or 5 of them had attacked together, Mu Yu would have been able to take control of the domain. And if they didn't use domains and only relied on their own techniques, with Mu Yu's attainments in array techniques and swordsmanship, other than his senior brothers, there were very few people who could contend against the powerful Sky Saw. Let's go. Xiao Ran made a prompt decision. He immediately turned around and retreated. Although Yu Mo was unwilling, he didn't dare to stay for long. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. Mu Yu's Sky Sword had already descended. He didn't intend to let these 2 people go. But at this moment, a white light suddenly streaked across the sky. 2 powerful domains swept out and blocked Mu Yu's Sky Sword. Mu Yu's expression turned cold. People from the Soul Race. It seems like the 2 fellow Taoists from the Shadowless clan and the Shadowless clan are only SOSO. The 2 people who came were the second on the Supreme Immortal ranking, Leng Yuqiu, and the first on the Supreme Immortal ranking, Yi Qianshu. They were the 2 strongest people on the Supreme Immortal ranking. The 2 of them were much stronger than Han Xiongluan. Xiao Ran and Yu Mo stabilized themselves in the air. Looking at the 2 people from the Soul Race, they frowned slightly. Whether it was Xiao Ran or Yu Mo, facing Yi Qianshu and Leng Yuqiu, they weren't afraid of fighting one-on-one. They were only afraid of Mu Yu. Oh, is that so? Then why don't you let us see the strength of your Soul Race? Xiao Ran said calmly. It's very easy for us to capture Mu Yu. Jian Ying and Chen Feng can't even protect themselves now. His disciple can't do anything. Leng Yuqiu's face was full of disdain. Yu Mo also said coldly, none of us are Mu Yu's match in a one-on-one fight. If we want to capture Mu Yu, we can only work together. 4 great Ascension Stage experts, 4 domains. Even Mu Yu couldn't transform 4 domains at the same time. Yi Qianshu looked at Xiao Ran with contempt. Working together with you 2 traitor clans will only embarrass our Soul Race. Besides, we don't need to work together to capture Mu Yu. Yu Mo angrily wanted to say something, but Xiao Ran stopped her and said indifferently, then go ahead. If you die, we'll help you explain the situation to Soul Kuei. After all, your Soul Race has already lost 1 person in the ancient battlefield. Yi Qianshu said coldly, what do you mean? In a place like the ancient battlefield, if they wanted to use soul techniques to find their own people, they had to be in a suitable range. If they were too far away, they wouldn't be able to find their own people. Yi Qianshu and Leng Yuqiu were lucky to have met each other, but they didn't know the whereabouts of the others. Xiao Ran smiled and said, I'm afraid you don't know, but Jiyu Anhua, who was ranked 4th on the Supreme Immortal ranking, has already died in the hands of Shimen Wuji and WNWN. What? Yi Qianshu and Leng Yuqiu both frowned. You saw it with your own eyes? Yi Qianshu asked. Yes, I saw Shimen Wuji and WN Wan's domains. When they worked together, Jiyu Anhua didn't even last 15 minutes before she was killed. Unfortunately, I don't have any grudges with the evil faction people, so when they wanted to kill, I just wanted to join in the fun from afar. Xiao Ran said leisurely. Yi Qianshu still didn't believe it. Shimen Wuji and WNWN want to kill Jiyu Anhua? Dream on. The strength of the 5 of us is at a level that you can never reach in your lifetime. Even the weakest, Han Xiongluan, is more than enough to deal with any of you. He was very confident because the 5 of them all had other people's domains, which was equivalent to having several more lives. It was because of this powerful trump card that they thought they wouldn't meet a match. However, Mu Yu shook his head. I'm very curious, who gave you Soul Race people this inexplicable confidence and sense of superiority? Do you really think you're invincible just because you have other people's domains in your hands? Just now, he searched Han Xiongluan's memories and killed her with his own hand. However, what they didn't know was that Yu Hanshaw, who was ranked 3rd on the Supreme Immortal ranking, had also died at the hands of Dummy, who had done something wrong and was punished here. However, Yi Qianshu and Leng Yuqiu didn't know any of this because they looked down on anyone in the third layer of heaven. They didn't even put Jianying Chenfeng's disciple in their eyes because Jianying Chenfeng's disciple didn't have enough time to grow. In the eyes of the soul race people, Jianying Chenfeng was powerful, but if his disciple didn't grow up, it was impossible for him to contend against the soul race people. As for the spiriters, they wanted to kill these 4 people before they could grow. Yi Qianshu sneered, "Mu Yu, the thing you shouldn't have done the most was to meet us as soon as you stepped into the Great Ascension stage. Today, you will die without a doubt." Mu Yu just looked indifferently at the arrogant and conceited Yi Qianshu and said, "Is that so?" Xiao Ran and Yu Mo saw how arrogant the soul race people were and felt contempt in their hearts. When they didn't fight with Mu Yu, they also thought that Mu Yu, who had just stepped into the Great Ascension stage, was not worth mentioning. However, they were wrong. Mu Yu, who had just stepped into the Great Ascension stage, was the one who deserved the most attention. "Fellow Mu Yu, we didn't want to have any grudges with you from beginning to end. If you want to kill the 2 of them, please do so. We are also happy to see how the soul race people pay the price." Xiao Ran smiled. Yu Mo didn't say anything. Although she looked down on Mu Yu at the beginning, she didn't have the mentality to look down on Mu Yu anymore. Compared to Mu Yu's senior brothers, Mu Yu was the most difficult to deal with. Once the domain couldn't be used, whether it was the shadow arts or soul techniques, it was impossible to be a match for Mu Yu. Only Mu Yu's 3 senior brothers could deal with Mu Yu. This was because even if Chengyang, Luo Shong, and Xiong Nan didn't use their domains, they still had sword techniques as powerful as Mu Yu's. Mu Yu's feet slightly rippled. The more he used Yu Chenkuan's domain, the deeper his understanding of the heavenly Tao's laws. Yu Chenkuan's usage also became more proficient. When he was dealing with the Hanxiang chaos, it was the first time he truly controlled someone else's domain. He was still a little unfamiliar with it, but now, he had already comprehended a higher level of Yu Chenkuan's laws. Yu Chenkuan wasn't as simple as controlling someone else's domain. It could also control his own array techniques and use them in his domain. "All of you come at me together." Chapter 11:17. Together. No need. I alone am enough to defeat you, Yi Qianshu said disdainfully. A powerful soul technique domain spread out, covering the entire sky. With a light shout, countless white souls condensed in the air, forming a transparent and powerful barrier that covered the entire sky. The power of the domain spread out from Yi Qianshu's body. His entire person was like a giant that pressed down heavily on everyone, sealing the entire space. Domain, sigh of innocence. When the aura of the domain swept out, even Xiao Ran and Yu Mo's expression changed slightly. Yi Qianshu was the number 1 existence in the extreme immortal realm. His domain gave off a great pressure. Even Xiao Ran and Yu Mo didn't dare to be enveloped by Yi Qianshu's domain. In his domain, an unknown fear arose spontaneously. It spread rapidly from the bottom of one's heart. It was as if one's mind was filled with despair and sighs. They wanted to struggle but couldn't break free. They didn't even have the slightest hope of resistance. Xiao Ran and Yu Mo had already retreated. They didn't dare to fight in Yi Qianshu's domain. Inside his domain, it would cause pessimism. Their strength would be greatly reduced. The only way to resist this domain was to rely on their own domain to forcefully block the opponent's domain. However, Yi Qianshu's cultivation was very strong. His domain was enough to destroy the opponent's domain. At the same time, the soul bead on his body lit up with dazzling light. The sky began to tremble. A pessimistic sigh came from the sky. It was as if the heavens were filled with disappointment in the world and wanted to reshuffle the entire world. No one could resist. The sound waves formed by the sigh fell from all directions. A powerful impact spread out and smashed into the place where Mu Yu was. Despair, lowly human. No matter how strong you are not my opponent. I really don't know how I let someone like you live for so long. Yi Qianshu's mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile. Both Yu Mo and Xiao Ran frowned as they looked at Mu Yu. They knew that Mu Yu was very powerful, But Yi Qianshu was not weak either. If these two fought, they were afraid that a terrifying destructive power would erupt. This was a battle worth looking forward to for any expert. But Mu Yu didn't move. He just looked at Yi Qianshu indifferently. When the powerful sound wave was 10 meters away from him, he took a simple step forward. He didn't even use the heaven sword. Xiao Ran and Yu Mo both felt that there was something wrong with Mu Yu's body. Even Yi Qianshu, who had made a move, was very puzzled. He felt as if he was being spied on and lost his most pure resistance. However, Yi Qianshu calmed himself down and sneered. He condensed a soul force spear in his hand and continued to attack Mu Yu. However, his pupils suddenly shrank, and a feeling of terror spread out from his body. It was as if he was facing a huge monster, and he was just an insignificant ant, waiting to be slaughtered. The one who had created such a huge monster for him was none other than Mu Yu. How could this be? Yi Qianshu was very puzzled. This feeling of despair had always been used on others. It had never been used on himself. What was going on? You are too self-righteous. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Mu Yu's voice enveloped Yi Qianshu from all directions. His voice was filled with endless majesty. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. Everyone had to submit to him. The powerful strength of his domain made Yi Qianshu tremble in fear. When Xiao Ran and Yu Mo heard this from afar, they couldn't help but shiver. They were clearly not in Mu Yu's domain, but when they heard Mu Yu's voice, they were also affected. Yi Qianshu angrily shouted. He forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart. Just as he was about to condense his soul force again, Mu Yu suddenly appeared in front of Yi Qianshu like a ghost. Shua. The shadow-split sword pierced straight through Yi Qianshu's forehead. How can you not be affected by my domain? Yi Qianshu looked at Mu Yu in shock. His originally disdainful expression had already disappeared. Xiao Ran and Yu Mo were also very puzzled. Even though they knew that Mu Yu could control other people's domains, whether it was when he fought with Xiao Ran or Yu Mo, Mu Yu had to experience a period of time to control their domains. But when facing Yi Qianshu, Mu Yu didn't have any time to adapt. He didn't even integrate Yu Qianquan's domain into Yi Qianshu's domain. He directly appeared in front of Yi Qianshu. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited area. He sent his heavenly sword into Yi Qianshu's forehead. One had to know that Yi Qianshu was the #1 extreme immortal on the extreme immortal leaderboard. But in front of Mu Yu, he didn't even last 5 breaths. You are not worthy of being my opponent. Mu Yu's sword qi had already entered Yi Qianshu's mind. It completely wiped out his consciousness. Even his soul was destroyed, leaving no trace behind. Bang! Yi Qianshu's body exploded into thousands of pieces. Not even a trace of him was left. Even in death, he didn't understand why he had lost so thoroughly. He was the undisputed #1 on the extreme immortal leaderboard. But he was instantly killed by Mu Yu. Mu Yu coldly looked at Yi Qianshu, who had been instantly killed. The soul orb in his other hand quietly turned to dust. It was taken from Hanxiang Luan when he killed her. The soul race had the other 5 domains. They could use them at critical moments to save their own lives. But Hanxiang Luan didn't have time to use Yi Qianshu's domain. It was controlled by Mu Yu. After killing Hanxiang Luan, Mu Yu had already understood Yi Qianshu's domain. Therefore, when facing Yi Qianshu's domain, he already knew the weakness of Yi Qianshu's domain. He also knew how to break Yi Qianshu's domain. Mu Yu's attack was swift and straightforward. Yi Qianshu was completely unaware. He still arrogantly thought that Mu Yu wasn't his opponent. He didn't even think that Mu Yu, who had just stepped into the Great Ascension stage, could do anything. He was very wrong. The price he paid was his own life. The #1 on the extreme immortal leaderboard, Yi Qianshu, died. Then there are 3 left. Mu Yu's gaze fell on Leng Yuqiu. Leng Yuqiu was stunned. He was very familiar with Yi Qianshu's strength. Yi Qianshu's strength was much higher than his. But he couldn't even last 1 round against Mu Yu. Then how could he resist Mu Yu? Leng Yuqiu no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, he was shocked. He didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. If Yi Qianshu wasn't Mu Yu's opponent, then he couldn't be Mu Yu's opponent. But another sword ray lit up in the sky. The sword ray rolled and blocked in front of Leng Yuqiu. There's still one fish that escaped the net. That aura was as heavy as a mountain, like a giant from the heavens. It seemed like it could crush the entire earth. The earth-shattering earth and rocks rushed towards Leng Yuqiu. Leng Yuqiu was shocked and furious. He never thought that another strong person would appear at this time. Xiong Nan. Whoosh. Xiong Nan's stargazing sword brought a dazzling yellow light. It came down from the sky and slashed Leng Yuqiu's head. Leng Yuqiu's body was already frozen. A wound appeared in the middle of his body. The wound burned with a yellow light. The soul power in his body was slowly petrified and turned into a stone statue. Bang! Leng Yuqiu's body was shattered and his soul scattered. Mu Yu looked at Xiong Nan and said in surprise, "Why are you here?" Xiong Nan's expression was very determined. He no longer had the simple and honest appearance he once had. He slowly said, "I felt the domain fluctuations here, so I came to take a look. I killed a fly while I was at it. It seems like there are only 2 left." Mu Yu's shadow clone sword trembled slightly. His eyes were like the gaze of a death god as they fell on Xiao Ran and Yumo. Xiao Ran and Yumo's hearts were already in a perilous situation. The two of them couldn't even defeat Mu Yu when they worked together. Now that Xiong Nan came, they had almost no chance of winning. "Is there no room for reconciliation?" Xiao Ran asked. "From the moment you wanted to harm my senior brother, we were already on opposite sides," Mu Yu said. Yumo said in a cold voice, "Chengyang stole the secrets of our 2 races. We must get back at him." "So what? You two are foreign races. If we want to kill you, then so be it. Why should we care about your feelings when we do things? If you don't agree, then we'll kill you." Xiong Nan's words were very simple, but his attitude was even more domineering. This was a world where strength was respected. With strength, one could do whatever they wanted. This was Xiong Nan's view. "Why are you so unreasonable?" Xiao Ran asked in a low voice. "What a joke. You think you have the right to reason with us? From the beginning to the end, you've been acting like you're extraordinary. You think you're so great. The soul race wants to destroy third heaven, but you want to stand by and reap the benefits. Why should we reason with you?" Although Mu Yu didn't like Xiong Nan's current attitude, his attitude was as clear as Xiong Nan's. They had grown up together and were like brothers. No matter what Chengyang did, Mu Yu would only help him. As for reason, to Mu Yu, the existence of everyone in Falling Dust Mountain was reason. Besides, the goal of the Shadowless and Shadowless clans wasn't as simple as the Shadow Art. To the Shadowless clan and the Shadowless clan, the Shadow Fusion technique, the last layer of the upper Shadow Art, wasn't anything important. It was something that they wouldn't touch at all. Even if someone stole it, they wouldn't lose anything. Their true goal was the perfect land and mountains. Ever since the world of cultivation became murky and his master was slandered, Mu Yu no longer had so much sense of right and wrong. He was tired of being a savior, so he just wanted to be a selfish person who protected his family. Chapter 11:18. Outside the Supreme Immortal Monument. All the self-cultivators were stunned once again. The Supreme Immortal ranking had been changed. The first place was Mu Yu, and the 5 people from the Soul Clan had been completely wiped out. In just a few hours, Mu Yu had directly killed 2 people from the Soul Clan, shocking everyone present. The 5 people from the Soul Clan had been wiped out, so the remaining 9 mystic immortals would no longer have anything to do with the third palace. The 9 mystic immortal spots would also be in the hands of the third heaven self-cultivators. This news seemed to ignite a glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts, and it grew stronger and stronger. The person who caught the eye of Jianying Chenfeng and Deadwood Evergreen really has some skills. Tan Qingchuan stood at the peak of the mountain and nodded slightly. Daoist Chu Bukyu frowned. "I keep feeling that things aren't that simple." Both of them turned their gazes to the sky at the same time. That was where Hun Kuei of the Third Palace, who was known as the number 1 person below by Jie, was. Hun Kuei's face was extremely gloomy, but he didn't look crazy. He also focused his attention on Tan Qingchuan and Chu Bukyu. Then, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's too early for you to be happy. His body suddenly lit up with white light, and a majestic soul power poured out. However, it didn't suppress all the self-cultivators. Instead, it surged into the sky. There, a faint gap appeared, as if the sky was torn apart, revealing a bottomless black hole. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from the black hole, and soul power surged out, enveloping the entire sky. The sky was covered with dark clouds as if it was about to collapse. The hundreds of thousands of self-cultivators all felt breathless. A majestic figure stepped out of the black hole and appeared in front of everyone. This person stood there, and he was stronger than everyone they had seen. He was so strong that it was unreasonable. The master of the third palace, Bai Jie. Tan Qingchuan and Chu Bukyu's expressions changed slightly. The others present might not have seen this person before, but they knew him. None of them expected Bai Jie to appear here at this time. This was also the first time Bai Jie appeared in front of all the self-cultivators. What a powerful person! Everyone involuntarily gulped. When they saw Bai Jie, they had already vaguely guessed the identity of this person. Such a powerful existence, other than the master of the third layer palace, who else could it be? No one dared to carelessly make a ruckus. Even though they knew that the so-called mysterious and perfect land and mountains existed and that the spiriters had no way of killing them, they were still horrified. Bai Jie's powerful pressure made it impossible for them to speak. Bai Jie gently took a step forward and arrived before Tan Qingchuan and Daoist Chu Bukyu in the blink of an eye. Ni Lei, Chu Bukyu, the two of you still dare to appear in this place? Bai Jie's voice was very thick like a majestic mountain. Tan Qingchuan and Chu Bukyu clenched their fists. Even the two of them were trembling with fear when facing Bai Jie. Bai Jie's current strength made them tremble in fear. They wanted to leave the moment White World appeared, but White World had already sealed off the area, not giving them any chance. Tan Qingchuan said angrily, "Despicable alien." Despicable? Are you only realizing this now? I thought you should have known. Bai Jie laughed loudly. His laughter was very loud and reached everyone's ears. Now that the spiriters' conspiracy had been exposed, Bai Jie no longer needed to hide. He stood there, enough to make everyone not dare to make a sound. Daoist Chu Bukyu was no longer as unreasonable as before. He became very serious and said, "Do you want to kill us? Killing you is inevitable, so that the two of you don't have to secretly beat me." Bai Jie's tone was very natural, without any concealment. The killing intent contained in his words was also endless. Tan Qingchuan's eyes were like lightning, blue lightning swam around his body. "It's useless even if you kill us. All the spiriters who entered the Extreme Immortal Monument have been killed. Now, the 9 Xian Immortal quotas are no longer related to your spiriters. The Extreme Immortal Monument will naturally select 9 Xian Immortals. The 9 of them are enough to control the power of the heavens to kill your spiriters. The most powerful thing in the third layer of heaven was the power of the heavens. It was the power to prevent a world from being destroyed. This power was enough to kill the spiriters. With Bai Jie's strength, it was not enough to fight against the power of the heavens. This was also one of their trump cards against the third layer of heaven. The Extreme Immortal Monument. Bai Jie calmly turned his gaze to the Extreme Immortal Monument. The Extreme Immortal Monument was still floating in midair, majestic and ancient. An ancient divine item. An item created by Jianying Chen Feng, an ancient god, is indeed extraordinary. Bai Jie nodded slightly. Even he could not compare to Jianying Chen Feng at his peak. He did not deny this point. Everyone was shocked. The Extreme Immortal Monument was created by Jianying Chen Feng, an ancient god. Who was Jianying Chen Feng? Endless questions appeared in the minds of the self-cultivators. The true god that they had slandered for the sake of the third layer of heaven was actually such a powerful person? Jianying Chen Feng has lived for countless years. The biggest mistake he made was to have pity for humans. He was even willing to sacrifice his endless cultivation to protect this world. He was a god that could cover the sky with one hand, But he wanted to protect these cowardly and selfish self-cultivators. However, no matter what he did, one sentence from me was enough to turn him into a heartless and unrighteous person. Bai Jie's laughter was very rampant, even to the point of being morbid and twisted. Jian Ying and Chen Feng had sacrificed so much for the third heaven, but this group of stupid self-cultivators did not realize that Bai Jie could easily use the ugly side of human nature to slander Jian Ying and Chen Feng. Unfortunately, if you want to rely on the extreme immortal monument of 9 Shen immortals to defeat me, it will not be realized. Because from today onwards, the extreme immortal monument no longer exists. Bai Jie slightly raised his hand and pointed at the extreme immortal monument. Suddenly, a white light shot out from his hand. The white light was like a divine light that could destroy the world. It shot straight at the ancient extreme immortal monument. A demonic and violent power poured out of the white light and entered the extreme immortal monument. Catcher, catcher. A crisp sound came from the extreme immortal monument. It clearly echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone's face was filled with shock. The powerful and indestructible extreme immortal monument was actually full of cracks. Did you really think that the 9 Shen immortals selected by the extreme immortal monument would save you from this fire and water? You are too naive. The moment the extreme immortal monument was activated, its power was weakened. It was enough for me to destroy it. Bai Jie laughed and clenched his hand. Boom. The extreme immortal monument that was originally a symbol of unparalleled glory exploded into dust. Everyone was stunned. The extreme immortal monument was destroyed in front of their eyes. Didn't that mean that the extreme immortals who entered the extreme immortal monument could not return? If the extreme immortals could not return, if Jian Ying Chen Feng's 4 disciples could not return, then who could save the third layer of heaven? And now, with the help of the heaven enforcers, I have a way to counter the perfect river and mountain. It is enough to kill everyone here. The third layer of heaven will become the hunting ground of the sacred clan under the rule of the heaven enforcers. Bai Jie laughed arrogantly. The soul power in his hand blasted into the sky again, breaking through the sky. A bolt of lightning tore the sky in half, and another crack appeared. It was like a pitch-black tunnel. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless shadows rushed out from the crack. There were the Moon Clan with sharp horns on their chests, the Ghost Clan with phantoms all over their bodies, the Soul Clan with a fierce face and sharp teeth, the Bone Clan with white bones all over their bodies, the Corpse Clan with stiff skin and lifeless expressions, the Wing Clan with wings on their backs. The army of foreign races covered the sky and earth as they descended upon the third layer of heaven, in the ancient battlefield. Hearing Mu Yu's words, Xiao Ran and Yu Mo were speechless. The purpose of their 2 clans was to reap the benefits of the other clans. Being exposed by Mu Yu, they became angry out of humiliation. However, they couldn't refute Mu Yu's words because it seemed that it would be very difficult for them to live long enough to reap the benefits of the other clans. However, at this moment, all the extreme immortals who survived the ancient battlefield suddenly felt their hearts tremble. Even though they were in the ancient battlefield, they could still feel the extreme immortal monument's existence. However, at some point in time, their connection with the extreme immortal monument was completely severed. It was as if they were completely lost in this land. Xiao Ran and Yu Mo cried out in shock. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Mu Yu and Xiong Nan frowned. They did not understand what had happened, but they also felt that something was wrong when their connection was severed. Taoist Mu Yu, it seems like it doesn't matter whether you kill us or not. We've been abandoned in the ancient battlefield. Xiao Ran smiled bitterly. What do you mean? Mu Yu had an ominous premonition in her heart. Yu Mo said, before entering the extreme immortal monument, the elders in our clan told us that the only way we can return to the third layer of heaven after entering the ancient battlefield is through the teleportation formation. Therefore, we can't be too far away from the teleportation formation no matter what. However, it seems like the teleportation formations have all been destroyed. It's impossible for the extreme immortal monument to choose the last 9 people. Xiong Nan's aura became extremely violent. For this to happen, it's very likely that there's something wrong with the extreme immortal monument. Several thoughts flashed through Mu Yu's mind. He asked, "Isn't the extreme immortal monument something that can't be destroyed?" Xiao Ran shook his head and said, "When the perfect land and mountain opens, the extreme immortal monument's power will be transferred away. It will become extremely weak. Now, neither you nor I can leave this place." "What's the goal of the third layer of heaven?" Xiong Nan asked. Chapter 11:19. The biting cold wind blew everyone's clothes, the gloomy sky was full of dark clouds, and the wild beasts in the distance were constantly roaring. The ancient battlefield was desolate and ruined. The four of them were silent for a long time in the air, and they didn't make any more moves, just thinking about their own matters. "What is this ancient battlefield?" Mu Yu asked. "I don't know. The news we got is that this is a forbidden area. Even the alien race doesn't dare to easily set foot in this land, so we don't know more than you," Xiao Ran said. "Is there no other exit?" Mu Yu asked again. Xiao Ran and Yu Mo looked at each other and said, "The information in our clan recorded an exit, but it is very dangerous. Even if a darching stage expert goes there, there is a slim chance of survival. This land is protected by a mysterious and powerful force, you should also know this. Every ruin here, every piece of territory, was guarded by a powerful wild beast. The strength of these wild beasts was not weaker than a darching stage expert, and there were many wild beasts that were far stronger than a darching stage expert, enough to pose a threat to them. Take us there," Mu Yu said simply. "What if we don't agree?" Yu Mo said. "Then there is no need to live." Mu Yu said lightly. "If we die, you won't be able to get out," Yu Mo emphasized. "If you want to bargain with me, I will kill you. I never thought that there was only one way to leave this place. If I kill you, I am willing to try my luck. If you don't cooperate, I will make the two of you have no chance to try your luck." Mu Yu didn't hide the threat in his words. Yu Mo was speechless. However, Xiao Ran stopped Yu Mo. He knew that it was almost impossible to negotiate with Mu Yu, so he could only say, "Fellow Daoist Mu Yu, please don't be angry, we will cooperate." At first, they despised Mu Yu who had just stepped into the darching stage, but now Mu Yu held the power of life and death. Mu Yu used facts to tell these two people what would happen if they despised him. He was never such a good person to provoke. Although Xiao Ran and Yu Mo were also at the Grand Ascension stage, it was almost impossible for them to escape from Mu Yu and Xiong Nan. They could only cooperate. Xiao Shuai said, "Mu Yu, are we still going to look for Dazed Goose? Is it really a good time to talk about food?" Mu Yu looked at Xiao Shuai who was scratching his head and smiled. His cold and tough attitude towards Xiao Ran and Yu Mo had already disappeared. He would never show any face to his own people. The hardest part of a fist was facing outwards. He had always understood this principle. Xiao Shuai also said in a daze, "But I think Dazed Goose is very important." Mu Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Right now, we are not the only ones trapped in this ancient battlefield. I'm afraid there are others trapped here too. We have to find everyone before we can find the exit." After a while, the four of them set off again. Xiao Shuai shouted excitedly, "Let's go! Let's go in the direction of Dazed Goose." Xiao Shuai would never feel despair. Even if they were in danger and the hope of escaping the ancient battlefield was slim, it did not matter to Xiao Shuai where they went. To him, it was just a change of place to eat and play. Xiao Ran and Yu Mo did not dare to object. They could only follow. Xiong Nan glanced at Xiao Ran and Yu Mo. Soon after, the stone walls that covered the sky surrounded the two of them like a cage, isolating them from the outside world. Although the two of them were unwilling to accept this, they did not dare to say anything. Xiong Nan looked at Mu Yu and said, "We haven't seen each other in a long time." The last time they met outside the Supreme Immortal Stele, they did not talk much. Mu Yu looked at Xiong Nan with a complicated expression. Now that Xiong Nan had merged with Hutu's consciousness, Mu Yu felt that he was a stranger. "What have you been doing recently?" Mu Yu asked softly. Xiong Nan was silent for a moment and said, "Accumulating power." "You still won't give up on your plan, right?" There was no blame in Mu Yu's words. It was plain and indifferent, as if it was just an ordinary heart-to-heart talk. Xiong Nan shook his head. No. After a while, Xiong Nan said, what about you? Like Chengyang, do you still want to save the third heaven cultivators? Mu Yu took a deep breath and said, I only want to save those who deserve to live. Only those who were righteous and reasonable deserved to be saved. Mu Yu had given up on those who were selfish, cowardly, and ungrateful. So to a certain extent, you'll still save them, said Xiong Nan in a deep voice. Mu Yu looked at Xiong Nan. Xiong Nan's eyes were no longer as honest as they used to be. Instead, they were unfathomable. They were familiar yet strange. I have my own plan, said Mu Yu softly. Will it conflict with my plan? Asked Xiong Nan. I don't agree with what you're doing. Mu Yu did not hide anything. Xiong Nan nodded. I understand. Different beliefs and principles would lead to conflict. Is there any way to change it? Mu Yu looked at the strange yet familiar Xiong Nan. Xiong Nan was no longer the Xiong Nan he used to be. He had merged with Hutu's consciousness and gained her ruthlessness. Although Xiong Nan's consciousness had taken the initiative, he was no longer the complete Xiong Nan. Will you change because of Cheng Yen's words? Xiong Nan did not even want to ask Mu Yu what his plan was. He knew Mu Yu was no longer the innocent young man who did not like to kill but worked hard to protect the world. Mu Yu fell silent. He would not change because he did not want to follow his master's path. He was destined to walk the opposite path of Chengyang. Things had changed, and people had changed. Who would keep a promise they made when they were young and ignorant? When he was 12 years old, Mu Yu walked out of the flowing water village and promised village chief Old Bu that he wanted to prove that he was a human being and not a member of the Yumeng Devil clan. Therefore, he decided to become an immortal cultivator to protect the world. At that time, how could he have known that the so-called self-cultivators also had a selfish and ungrateful side? At that time, how could he have imagined that in the future, he would slaughter an entire city out of anger? People would always grow up. Many people could no longer maintain their original intentions because of the grudges in the world. Will Luo Shong go with you? Asked Mu Yu. Xiong Nan shook his head. No, he has his own plans. However, we have already agreed to help each other against you and Chengyang. Xiong Nan did not hide anything. There was nothing to hide between the two of them. Mu Yu did not say anything else. He felt a heavy weight on his chest. However, everyone had their own beliefs. Since they had the power, they wanted to change the world and make it work in their own way. Whether it was Mu Yu, Chengyang, Luo Shong, or Xiong Nan, they all wanted to protect or change the world in their own way. The two of them fell silent. The atmosphere seemed to have become a little heavy. At least we have a common enemy, said Xiong Nan with a smile. Mu Yu seemed to see a hint of honesty in Xiong Nan's smile, but it disappeared in an instant. Yes, we will definitely fight back. Mu Yu cast those thoughts aside. Xiao Shuai bit into a duck leg and asked curiously, can't we just sit down and talk about it? It's so tiring to change the world. It's better to eat. Do you guys want a drumstick? Xiao Shuai handed the drumstick he had bitten into to Xiong Nan. Xiong Nan hesitated for a moment before accepting the drumstick. He said softly, I haven't eaten in a long time. Then you must be starving. Hurry up and eat more. I still have a roast goose. I'll give you a goose but later, said Xiao Shuai as he sat on Mu Yu's shoulder. Xiong Nan smiled but did not say anything. Xiao Shuai was always so naive. He did not eat because there was no need for him to eat at his cultivation level. It was not like what Xiao Shuai said, that he was starving because there was nothing to eat. However, he still took a bite of the drumstick. The drumstick was oily but not greasy. He had not tasted a drumstick for a long time. He had almost forgotten what it tasted like. I wonder if Nshu's culinary skills have improved. Nshu's old-fashioned face suddenly appeared in Xiong Nan's mind. To his surprise, even though he was very powerful now, he still felt a sense of reverence whenever he thought of Nshu. They were traveling quickly. They had no idea where the others were, so they could only head in the direction of the dazed goose that Xiao Shuai had mentioned. After flying for about 8 hours, Xiao Shuai shouted again, the dazed goose is getting closer. I feel that they're not far away. Right, they're behind that mountain. As soon as Xiao Shuai finished speaking, a giant that was dozens of meters tall suddenly jumped out of the mountain in front of them. The giant jumped thousands of meters and quickly headed in their direction. Xiongnan and Mu Yu were both shocked. The giant had a terrifying aura. It was even stronger than the two of them. In the ancient battlefield, there were many powerful desolate beasts. They usually avoided them to avoid trouble. Even if they could defeat them, there was no need to waste their energy on a desolate beast. However, they did not expect Xiao Shuai to lead them to such a terrifying giant. Be careful, said Mu Yu in a low voice. A deep and sonorous voice that sounded like rolling thunder came from the front. Little Jian Jian, is that really you? Little Jian Jian, are you here to play with Dummy? Dummy is so happy. Xiao Shuai shouted excitedly, it really is the dazed goose. Dazed goose, why are you here? Xiao Shuai, wait. Mu Yu wanted to stop him, but Xiao Shuai had already jumped off Mu Yu's shoulder and onto Dummy's nose, laughing happily. Dummy also rubbed its nose and cheered on the spot. At the same time, two light figures appeared on Dummy's shoulders. Surprised voices came from their mouths at the same time. Mu Yu. Mu Yu was also overjoyed. He never expected to see Qiao Shui and Tian Ran here at the same time. Chapter 11:20. After seeing Qiao Shui and Tian Ran at the same time, Mu Yu's excitement hadn't subsided yet, but she suddenly felt guilty. Qiao Shui and Tian Ran called out Mu Yu at the same time, but they also felt that something was wrong. They looked at each other, and then their gazes toward Mu Yu turned hostile. What a coincidence. Mu Yu stood there awkwardly. He wanted to hug the two of them, but then he thought that he might be beaten up by the two girls. The two of them had said that men who didn't care about others deserved a beating the most. Mu Yu missed both Tian Ran and Qiao Shui. He didn't want anything to happen to either of them. It was a fortunate thing to meet them in a dangerous place like the ancient battlefield, but Mu Yu didn't know what to do. Qiao Shui looked at Mu Yu thoughtfully and said, "Someone doesn't seem to want to see me." Mu Yu hurriedly smiled and said, "How can that be? I'm already very lucky to be able to find you here." "Oh, so that's how it is." Tranquil nodded and dragged her voice. Mu Yu covered his face with one hand. He felt a headache coming on. Why did the two of them have to be together? "Looks like you're quite lucky." Xiongnan smiled. "Don't make fun of me." Mu Yu felt helpless. Xiongnan patted Mu Yu's shoulder and said, "Tian Ran, long time no see." Tian Ran also greeted Xiongnan happily. Then, she quickly asked, "By the way, senior brother Xiongnan, when you went to the Red Dust sect, your mother is fine. We brought her over. She's very safe now. We wanted to send her to the Formation sect, but she didn't want to leave. She said she wanted to supervise Luo Shong and my cultivation." Xiongnan knew what Tian Ran wanted to ask. "Supervise your cultivation?" Mu Yu naturally did not believe this excuse. However, he soon realized that his master's wife was just like his master. She probably did not want to see Xiongnan and Luo Shong take that path. She wanted to know what Xiongnan and Luo Shong were up to, but given her cultivation, there was no way she could stop them. Xiongnan laughed it off and said, "She's safe now." Tian Ran revealed a relieved smile. "That's good. Thank you, Senior Xiongnan." Xiongnan nodded and greeted Qiao Shui. He had met Qiao Shui before. While Tian Ran's attention was diverted, Mu Yu immediately changed the topic. His eyes fell on Dummy, and he asked, "Little handsome, is this the dazed goose you were talking about?" "Yeah, his Dummy. I know him. He seems. I can't remember what he used to do. Anyway, I just have an impression of him." Xiao Shui bounced around on Dummy's nose and then jumped onto Dummy's palm. "Little sword, why don't you come and play with Dummy? Dummy is so bored." Dummy was like an ignorant child. He sat on the ground and kissed Xiao Shui affectionately on his palm. Xiao Shui giggled. "Dazed goose, call me Little Handsome from now on. Don't call me Little Sword. Little Sword doesn't sound nice." "Okay, Little Sword." "Dummy likes Little Sword. Call me Little Handsome." "Okay, Little Handsome." By the way, little sword, where did you and master go? Why didn't you bring Dummy with you? Dummy asked, feeling wronged. Xiao Shuai huffed and said, call me little handsome. Xiao Shuai corrected Dummy a dozen times before Dummy finally stopped calling him little sword. Tian Ran also told Mu Yu about how they had met Dummy. When they heard that Dummy had killed Yu Hanshaw with a single slap, Mu Yu and Xiong Nan were shocked. Dummy had such a powerful ability. At this time, Dummy's body had shrunk to a size of 2 meters. It was playing around with Xiao Shuai, who wanted to ask about Dummy's origins. However, other than Dummy's amazing ability, it was very slow and did not have a high IQ. When asked how long it had been here, it could count from the beginning, year by year. It was basically impossible to get anything out of it. Can Dummy leave the ancient battlefield? Master said our Mu would take me away. Dummy asked curiously. Who is our Mu? Wait, Dummy, don't tell me you're referring to Mu Yu? Tian Ran exclaimed. Mu Yu didn't understand, either. But why would Master tell Dummy to find me? Dummy has been here for a long time. When did Master tell him? Dummy, when was the last time you saw Master? Who is Master? Dummy asked. My master is Sword Shadow Dust Wind, Mu Yu said. Oh, if Master is your master, then Dummy likes you too. Dummy extended his finger again. The last time I saw Master was 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. This time, Tian Ran didn't interrupt Dummy. A moment later, Dummy had counted to 90 years. That meant Mu Yu hadn't even been born before Dummy arrived. How could our Mu be Mu Yu? Anyway, let's hurry and find the others. Let Dummy come with us, Mu Yu said. However, the ancient battlefield seemed endless. They could only find Xiao Shui and Tian Ran because of the aura between Xiao Shui and Dummy. How were they going to find the others? Dummy, Master told you to wait here for our Mu. What else did he tell you? Mu Yu asked. Dummy scratched his head, a little confused. His silly look made Mu Yu couldn't help but turn her eyes to Little Handsome, who was riding on Dummy's neck. Little Handsome was often confused as well. Why did Master have these 2 unreliable guys around him? Dummy tilted his head and thought for a long time before saying, Dummy doesn't know. He only said that the round cake could show our Mu the way. Round cake. Tian Ran suddenly understood. She quickly took out the golden compass that Dummy had given her and said, This is the round cake you were talking about, right? Dummy nodded innocently. Xiao Shuai took the golden compass in surprise and said, Isn't this the heart-questioning law? Why is it here? What is the heart-questioning law? Mu Yu asked. Xiao Shuai scratched his head like Dummy and said in confusion, I'm not very sure. The word just flashed through my mind. Mu Yu took the golden compass. The surface of the compass was covered with golden array patterns. These array patterns were extremely complex, and the center of them all converged on a light spot on the compass that seemed to be made of some unknown material. He carefully analyzed the array patterns on the compass. With his attainments in array skills, he realized that it wasn't too difficult to drive the array patterns. Fortunately, his understanding of array skills had reached an extremely high level. That was why he could barely understand the operation of the array patterns. He stretched out a finger, and the array patterns appeared on his fingertip. He tapped on the black and white light spot on the compass. Then, complicated inscriptions began to appear on the compass. The inscriptions gradually formed a line of words. Heart-questioning law. Mu Yu looked at the inscriptions on the compass and read them softly. Tian Ran asked, What does this mean? Mu Yu pondered for a moment. He confirmed the inscriptions on the compass and said, Heart-questioning law. It should be used to guide directions. Xiao Shuai seemed to have thought of something. He patted Dummy's head and said, I know. This heart-questioning law is to hold it and think of someone. Within a certain range, it will lead us to that person. Isn't that more powerful than the dragon-searching formation? Xiong Nan asked. One had to know that if the dragon-searching formation wanted to find someone, it had to have that person's aura. Putting everything else aside, the 5 elements formation foundation of the dragon-searching formation was extremely precious and strenuous. However, there was no need to consider other factors. It only needed to be in one's mind. It's very likely. The things that Master left behind are not to be underestimated. Maybe this thing can really help us find other people, Mu Yu said. Is it really that magical? Xiao Shui exclaimed. Xiao Shui said proudly, yes, of course, the things that my old man made are magical. For example, as long as I hold it and think of the beautiful big sister Xiao Shui, it will lead me to you. Oh, Xiao Shui, so that's how you use it. You just have to think of big sister Xiao Shui, right? Tian Ran looked at Xiao Shui meaningfully. Xiao Shui was stunned by Tian Ran's words. He realized that something was wrong and quickly said with a smile, I also have to think of the cute Tian Ran in my heart. Then, it will lead me to big sister Tian Ran. Xiao Shui is such a good boy. Xiao Shui reached out her slender hand and pinched Xiao Shui's cheek. Xiao Shui opened his mouth. He felt that there was something wrong with Xiao Shui and Tian Ran's tone. It seemed like he had offended these two girls like Mu Yu. Strange, he wasn't the one who was fooling around. He felt the need to clarify this matter, so he immediately said, I'm not sure. I think that what Mu Yu thinks is the most important thing. Isn't that right, Mu Yu? Mu Yu wanted to kill this blabbermouth. Xiao Shui, do you have a death wish? You're touching a sore spot. Tian Ran put her hands on her waist and looked at Mu Yu. Then what's your sore spot? Should I mention it? Mu Yu touched his forehead and coughed twice. Our priority now is not to talk nonsense. We have to find the others first, then think of a way to leave this place. Isn't that right, Senior Xiongnan? Xiongnan smiled and nodded. That's right. Tian Ran and Xiao Shui both glared at Mu Yu. Even Xiongnan was glared at. Xiongnan shrugged his shoulders and looked a little innocent. Mu Yu pretended not to see the two girls arguing with him and said, let's try to find senior brother Chengyang first and see if it works. He pressed his hand on the compass and injected his spiritual power into the black and white light spot in the center of the compass. He thought of Chengyan's appearance, and the black and white light spot immediately spun rapidly. Soon, it formed a clear image of Chengyang. It spun faster, and finally, Chengyan's appearance appeared. Everyone's eyes lit up. Was this compass really that powerful? Chapter 11:21. In a ruined city on the ancient battlefield, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation erupted, and a violent sound swept out. Chengyang stood at the peak of a mountain, looking at the giant bear made of mud in front of him. The giant bear's aura was terrifying, and its roar could destroy the heavens and the earth. Its black eyes flashed with a cold light, and it roared towards Chengyang. Chengyang looked at the giant bear coming towards him calmly. The power of the domain spread out with him as the center, wrapping the giant bear in it. The giant bear's huge body was suddenly bound in the air, as if it could not move forward. Chengyang slowly reached out his hand and grasped at the void. Bang! The giant bear, which was several hundred feet long, was instantly blasted into pieces. Huge rocks fell from the sky, smashing onto the ground with a deafening rumble. When Mu Yu and the others arrived, they just happened to see the scene of the giant bear being easily wiped out by Chengyang. They were extremely shocked. The giant bear's aura was terrifying, and it was not weaker than Yi Qianshu. However, in front of Chengyang, it was destroyed without any resistance. It was shocking. Xiao Ran and Yu Mo were both shocked. The two of them looked at each other and saw a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew that they had underestimated Chengyang. If it were them, they would not be able to defeat these two giant bears so easily. Senior brother, Mu Yu called out. Mu Yu. And you guys. When Chengyang saw Mu Yu and the others appear here, he was very surprised. How did you guys get together? Chengyang could not help but ask. By relying on this. Mu Yu pointed the compass in his hand to Chengyang. Chengyang nodded thoughtfully, then looked at the somewhat dull giant dummy on Tianran's back, and looked at Mu Yu with a questioning gaze. It's a long story. Let me explain it to you slowly. Mu Yu told everyone what they had encountered, including Xiao Ran and Yu Mo, who had been tied up by Xiongnan, and how they had met Dummy and the others along the way. He told them everything in detail. Cheng Yang looked at Xiaoran and Yumor and asked Xiong Nan to release them. Do the two of you still want to make trouble for me? Cheng Yang asked gently. Yumo snorted lightly and didn't reply. Instead, she cupped her hands in a carefree and magnanimous manner and said, "We are not a match for you and your fellow disciples. We accept our loss wholeheartedly." Cheng Yang nodded and didn't say anything else. He thought about how they were trapped in the ancient battlefield and said, "I was too careless this time and didn't expect the tablet to be destroyed. We need to hurry back." This was indeed the only way. The group set off again. Since they had already found Cheng Yang, it wouldn't be difficult to find the remaining people. Mu Yu reconfirmed the number of people he needed to find. He didn't care if the others had entered the ancient battlefield, but he had to find Luo Shong, Shimen Wuji, WNWAN, and Jiu Etian. After a while, Xiaoran said, "You still need to find another person." "One of your people?" Xiong Nan asked coldly. Xiaoran shook her head. "I'm the only one from the Shadowless clan who entered the ancient battlefield. I won't let the others come in and die. The person you're looking for is called Chu Xiachi." Mu Yu thought about Daoist Chu Bukyu and his disciple whom he had met before. He knew Chu Xiachi's ability. This person had hidden his strength deeply and had probably stepped into the great vehicle stage at this time. It was very likely that he had also come to this place. "You know him?" Mu Yu asked. "He and I are close friends. It's just that we make different choices at this time. He wants to protect the third heaven, but I don't want to. Even so, I don't want him to die," Xiaoran said frankly. Mu Yu didn't say anything, but he would also look for Chu Xiachi. No matter what, Daoist Chu Bukyu and his disciple had helped him before, so he had to help. Mu Yu used the guide of questioning to sense these people and determined their location. He then headed toward Shimen Wuji and WNWAN, who were the closest. The two of them seemed to have relied on the chaotic yin and yang connection between them to walk together in the ancient battlefield. "Senior brother, what kind of place is the ancient battlefield? Have you heard Master mention it before?" Mu Yu asked along the way. Cheng Yang pondered for a long time and said, "Master mentioned the ancient battlefield a long time ago. This is a lost world that used to be prosperous. Later on, some accident happened, causing the entire world to be destroyed. However, this place is still protected by a mysterious and powerful force. Does it belong to a world like the third heaven?" Xiong Nan asked. Cheng Yang shook his head. "I'm not sure. Master didn't tell me in detail." He fixed his gaze on Xiong Nan. For so many years, Cheng Yang had been searching for Xiong Nan's whereabouts. He never expected to meet him in a place like this. "Are you going home?" Cheng Yang asked softly. Xiong Nan's mouth twitched for a moment before he shook his head. A trace of sadness and disappointment flashed through Cheng Yan's eyes. "It's my fault. I didn't fulfill my responsibility as eldest senior brother. It has nothing to do with you. We've all grown up and have our own paths to walk," Xiong Nan said. Cheng Yang then looked at Mu Yu. "At least one of us has returned home." Mu Yu didn't look into Cheng Yan's eyes. He had only found himself when he was plagued by the power of massacre. However, many times, things were far from as simple as they seemed. Xiong Nan also looked at Mu Yu. He didn't expose Mu Yu. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future. The western swamp of the third continent. Yao. The majestic dragon palace of the Azure Dragon dynasty was like a pearl in the barren lands of the west. It brought hope to all Yao. However, the atmosphere in the palace was very gloomy. Did the outsiders invade in the end? Azure Dragon King sat on his throne with a solemn expression. Below him sat Sea Demon King Yujiang, Luan Phoenix Demon King, the pale-faced White Ape Demon King, and the heartless Sand Eagle Demon King, Hai Dongqing. Hai Dongqing had broken free from the seal, but his heart was still in Xiong Nan's hands. Even though he had recovered some of his cultivation, his life was still in Xiong Nan's hands. Azure Dragon King couldn't do anything about it. In addition to the 5 Demon Kings, there was another person present. It was Zhuge Xiaosheng. The White Ape Demon King said in a low voice, "According to the information that our clansmen sent back, the 3 continents have completely fallen. They have become the hunting grounds of the outsiders. All of the humans have been enslaved by the outsiders. The perfect land and mountains have been restrained by the white domain. Something has happened. Azure Dragon King frowned and said, "Are they killing humans?" White Ape Demon King said with disgust, "They are torturing humans. To the outsiders, directly killing them is the most wasteful method because they can only obtain their souls and corpses. It's far from being enough to satisfy all their needs." Zhuge Xiaosheng clenched his fists and said, "I must go back and take a look." "You're not allowed to leave," Azure Dragon King coldly said. Zhuge Xiaosheng glared at Azure Dragon King and said without fear, "I'm only here to convey Deadwood Evergreen's message. I'm not here to help you fight against the barren ruins. The human race is in danger right now. How can I just stand by and watch?" Azure Dragon King said with dignity, "You're only at the tribulation passing stage. You'll only be enslaved by the outsiders if you go back. Deadwood Evergreen is here to help us stabilize the formations in the barren ruins. You must stay. We can't do anything about the barren ruins." Zhuge Xiaosheng said coldly, "It's not enough for you demons to cause trouble in the barren ruins. Now you want to watch us humans be enslaved by the outsiders? Don't you know that without the lips, the teeth will feel cold?" The Green Dragon Monster King snorted, "Of course I know that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. So we have to think of a better countermeasure. Besides, I won't let you go back and die. You are a rare and powerful array master in the cultivation world. Mu Yu is trapped in the ancient battlefield now. My responsibility is to protect humans, not demons," Zhuge Xiaosheng said angrily. White Ape King said, "Zhuge Xiaosheng, Deadwood Evergreen has come back to life. He'll definitely think of a way to protect those people. You just have to do your own thing. Deadwood Evergreen is your sect master's father. You should know a bit about his abilities. Since he sent you here to help with the barren ruins, you should do it well. Otherwise, if something happens to the barren ruins, the entire third layer of heaven will fall." Zhuge Xiaosheng snorted unwillingly and didn't say anything else. After a while, White Ape King said, "What's worse is that Tianqian is in the hands of the third layer palace. It's almost impossible to use the power of Tianheng to kill those damn maggots. Now that the extreme celestial stele was destroyed, there was no way to select the 9 Xian immortals. Among the 9 immortals, Ran Hanshi was nowhere to be found. Tianqian was also captured by the Threefold Palace. The two methods of using the power of Tianheng were ineffective. It was almost impossible to fight against the White World. Luan Phoenix King glared at White Ape King and scolded, "It's all because of your carelessness. You fell into the Soul Race's trap. Not only were you almost killed, you also dragged Tianqian down. If you had waited for me, Tianqian wouldn't have been in trouble." White Ape King was speechless. He muttered a few words but didn't dare to say anything else. The entire hall fell into silence. No one said a word. Everyone was troubled by the current situation and seemed to be at a loss of what to do. Bai Jie destroyed the extreme immortal stele and allowed the foreign army to charge into third layer of heaven. The entire continent had fallen. Now that Mu Yu and the others were missing, the situation was dire. After a while, Zhuge Xiaosheng broke the silence and asked, "What are the chances of Mu Yu coming back from the ancient battlefield?" The monarchs glanced at each other. Azure Dragon sighed and said, "The path back is very dangerous. It's almost certain death. Even I don't dare to carelessly enter. With their current cultivation, I'm afraid the odds are against them." Chapter 1122. Relying on the guidance of the Guide of the Heart, Mu Yu successfully found everyone on the ancient battlefield. Shimen Wuji, WNWAN, Jiyu Etian, Luo Shong, and Chu Xiaoqi were all present. "So we must find a way out of here." Shimen Wuji lazily opened his fan and leisurely asked. "That's right, but the path I know is extremely dangerous. Before coming here, the seniors in the clan warned us not to enter that place unless it is absolutely necessary." Xiao Ran nodded. Jiyu Etian said, "I don't understand. Why did the Extreme Immortal Tablet want us to enter this ancient battlefield?" Why must it filter us like this? And now, we can't even get out. Cheng Yang said slowly, the extreme immortal tablet sent us here because it wants us to understand that no matter how strong the world is, it will be destroyed one day. If we want to become the last 9 Shen immortals to protect the third heaven, we need to understand how big our responsibility is. If we can't even survive in this place, then there's no need to talk about protecting our world. Everyone stared at Cheng Yang and was moved by Cheng Yan's words. Then being abandoned here is also part of the test. WN asked while twisting her slender waist. You can consider it a test. Mu Yu said. WAN came to Mu Yu with a smile. She looked at Xiao Shui and Tian Ran and revealed a strange smile. Then, she placed her jade-like hand on Mu Yu's shoulder and whispered next to his ear, "Little brother Mu Yu, how about I give you a test as well? I've missed you to death." Xiao Shui and Tian Ran's gazes towards Mu Yu became more and more unfriendly. The relationship between the two of you isn't normal. Tian Ran held Little Handsome in her arms and suddenly pinched him hard. Ah! Little Handsome cried out in pain and shouted, "Mu Yu, why are the two of you being so intimate? Wan, go away. Tian Ran is pinching me." Mu Yu quickly pushed WN away and said, "WN, don't mess around. Our top priority is to leave this place." He secretly broke out in a cold sweat. WN, this seductress, was clearly walking so close to him because she wanted to cause trouble for him in front of Xiao Shui and Tian Ran. This seductress had such a strange fetish for men, yet she still tried to seduce him. She really deserved a beating. Cheng Yang said to Xiao Ran, "Lead the way." Xiao Ran nodded and a black token appeared in his hand. At the same time, his hand lit up with blue spirit energy and he injected it into the black token. The black token quickly turned into a light and flew forward. "Everyone, follow me." The group of people quickly followed the black token. This black token followed a straight line and passed through the territories of many desolate beasts. Countless powerful desolate beasts were roaring, wanting to harm them. However, they had the simple and strong dummy. All the desolate beasts seemed to have been beaten up by dummy before. Once Dummy's aura appeared, all the desolate beasts retreated. Dazed Goose is really our vanguard. Dummy did a good job. Xiao Shui sat on Dummy's head and said proudly, "Can Dummy leave the ancient battlefield?" Dummy asked pitifully. Xiao Shui said casually, "Yes, let's go kill Mouseby." "Okay, Dummy and Xiao Shui will go kill Mouseby together," Dummy said happily. Mu Yu asked, "Dummy, how did Master bring you to the ancient battlefield?" Dummy said naively, "It just appeared in an instant." Master is an array master. Dummy admires Master a lot. Cheng Yang was silent the whole way. He only looked at his 3 junior brothers from time to time. He had always wanted to find his 3 junior brothers. Now that they were finally gathered together, he didn't know if he should be happy or sad. They flew for a day and soon saw a magnificent river. The river stretched as far as the eye could see and merged into the sea. They didn't know where the end of the sea was. The black token also stopped and didn't move forward. "Is this where we leave the ancient battlefield?" Mu Yu asked. Xiao Ran put away the black token and shook her head. "I'm not sure if it is or not, but my token has a certain aura sealed in it. Since it led us here, it can't be wrong." Everyone looked at the boundless sea in front of them and didn't understand. "Are we going to cross the sea?" Chu Xiaoqi asked. "Xiao Shui, can you go and take a look?" Mu Yu said. Xiao Shui walked to the seaside and squatted down to touch the water. She frowned. "The water here has a strange power. I can't control it." If even Xiao Shui, who had the ability to control water, couldn't control it, then this place was indeed strange. "We have no other choice. We can only take one step at a time. The ancient battlefield is very dangerous. Everyone, try to stay together. Don't get separated," Cheng Yang said. Everyone nodded. Dummy grew in size. Xiao Shui and Tian Ran landed on Dummy's shoulders. Mu Yu and Cheng Yang walked in front. The others spread out around Dummy. This way, they could react in time no matter what happened. They were already speeding on the boundless sea. Everyone's cultivation was very high. Their speed was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, they couldn't see the land behind them. Soon, there were only undulating waves left. There weren't any seabirds in the sky, nor were there any islands. Mu Yu felt that there was something wrong with the sea. He called Little Handsome over and said, "Little Handsome, don't you feel that this sea is a bit strange? It feels like déjà vu. Are you talking about the sea east of the Moyun mountain range? It feels different. The last time we went to the Sea Demon King's territory, the sea there was more lively than this. There were all kinds of demon beasts. The sea here looks like the Dead Sea," Little Handsome said. "It's not the sea of the Moyun mountain range or the sea itself that's strange. It's this area that's strange," Mu Yu said warily. If they had just stepped into the sea and countless wild beasts had rushed out to attack them, they wouldn't have found it strange at all. On the contrary, it would have been normal. However, it seemed that their journey was calm. The largest wave they encountered was only about 10 meters wide. It didn't pose any threat to them at all. It was extremely abnormal for a place full of danger to suddenly become smooth sailing. Mu Yu descended to the surface of the water. He touched the water as he flew. With a thought, countless green leaves scattered and quickly disappeared into the sea. Xiao Shui also jumped off Dummy's shoulder and stepped on the water. She asked, "What are you doing?" Mu Yu shook his head. "I just feel that something is wrong. By the way, did anything happen to the demons before you came here?" Xiao Shui said, "Something happened to the demons. The poisonous fog in the wasteland is becoming more and more restless. The strange diseases on many demons are becoming more and more obvious. My father told me that the wasteland of the demons is a very strange place. There are some powerful existences sealed on the other side of the wasteland. That existence can make the heavenly keepers retreat. A few demon kings want to break the seal of the wasteland, but the wasteland is at the end of the third heaven. Once the seal is broken, the race guarding the seal on the other side of the wasteland will rush over and occupy the bodies of the demons. Those races are also eyeing the third heaven. Did the demon kings say anything to you before you came here?" Before Mu Yu came out of seclusion and rushed to the Supreme Immortal Tablet, he had talked to Deadwood Daddy. Deadwood Daddy had told him many things that he didn't know before. The most important thing was about the seal of the wasteland. Xiao Shui said, "Many of our demons have been controlled by some unknown thing and have become extremely bloodthirsty. The demon kings had no choice but to kill them. Senior Deadwood asked sect leader Zhuge to help set up the seal again. Before I left, sect leader Zhuge just happened to bring Uncle Ape to the demons." After a while, Xiao Shui asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly concerned about this?" Mu Yu shook his head. "No, I just feel that this sea is very strange. It's so strange that it makes me feel very uneasy." Mu Yu reached his hand into the sea. He flew very quickly, and the sea water seemed to be cut apart by him, leaving a long white mark behind him. Tian Ran was gritting her teeth on Dummy's shoulder. Her eyes shone with a strange light as she looked at Xiao Shui and Mu Yu. Xiao Shui ran over and sat beside Tian Ran. He asked curiously, "Sister Tian Ran, what are you thinking about? Why do you look unhappy?" "I'm not unhappy." Tian Ran pouted. Xiao Shui laughed. "You're still saying that you're not unhappy? Your mouth is already curling up to the sky." Tian Ran glared at Xiao Shui. Then, she pulled Xiao Shui's ear and whispered, "Xiao Shui, let me ask you. Do you think Mu Yu likes me more or Xiao Shui more?" Xiao Shui's face was bitter. Ever since he met Xiao Shui and Tian Ran, his cute nature could no longer attract them. Xiao Shui and Tian Ran's opinions of Mu Yu also implicated him. Xiao Shui quickly smiled and said, "Of course I like Sister Tian Ran more." Tian Ran looked angrily at Mu Yu and Xiao Shui, who were whispering to each other below. "HMPH, liar." Xiao Shui pitifully changed his words and said, "Then I'll like Sister Xiao Shui more." "Okay. You really think so too?" Tian Ran gritted her teeth. Xiao Shui was about to cry. "Then what answer do you want to hear?" "Sister Tian Ran, you should be pulling Mu Yu's ear. I'm not a womanizer, okay? I don't care. You're the same as Mu Yu." Tian Ran pouted. Xiao Shuai said with a sad face, I think Mu Yu likes me the most. Is this okay? Why don't I call Mu Yu up and tell him to pay attention to his image? Tian Ran quickly shook her head. No, no. What if he's really discussing something important with Xiao Shui? I can't disturb them. After all, Xiao Shui can control the water and has the most right to speak. Then what if they're not discussing something important? Xiao Shui subconsciously asked. Tian Ran snorted and pulled Xiao Shui's ear again. Then you're dead. Chapter 11:23. On the boundless ocean, everyone was on high alert, ready to deal with any sudden change. However, 2 hours had passed, and the surroundings were still silent. No living creatures could be seen, and there was no end in sight. Only the sound of the waves could be heard. Chu Xiaoqi arrived beside Xiao Ran and said, It looks like your plan won't work. Xiao Ran sighed slightly, they're very powerful. I have nothing to say. Regardless of whether he was referring to Mu Yu's group or the soul race, it was no longer something that Xiao Ran could change. The activation of the perfect land and mountain has its pros and cons. Since the extreme immortal Stele has already been destroyed, you should be able to guess what the soul race will do. Your shadowless clan probably can't just stand by and watch, Chu Xiaoqi said carelessly. Xiao Ran shook his head, perhaps things haven't reached the worst point yet. No one can say for sure. Xiao Ran fell into deep thought as he looked at Cheng Yan's back. Although Cheng Yang had always made him feel that he was invincible, Mu Yu was even more of a variable. In particular, that powerful domain of his that could vanquish the enemy had left a very deep impression on him. Mu Yu did not pay attention to what Xiao Ran and Chu Xiaoqi were saying. He was focused on the changes in the water. A green leaf suddenly rose up from the waves in front of him. The uneasiness in his heart was finally confirmed. Stop! Mu Yu called out in a deep voice. What's wrong? Everyone stopped in the air and looked at Mu Yu in confusion. Mu Yu picked up a leaf in front of him and said with a heavy voice, We've been trapped. Trapped? Everyone immediately became alert again. They had not sensed anything out of the ordinary along the way, so how had they been trapped? Are you sure? Mu Yu. Cheng Yang landed beside Mu Yu and asked. Mu Yu held the green leaf in his hand and nodded. I felt that something was very wrong just now, so I used the leaf as a marker and scattered it on the sea. As we flew forward, the leaf shouldn't have appeared in front of us, but Mu Yu waved his hand in front of him. Suddenly, countless leaves flew over from the sea and danced around him. The leaves are in front of us. This means that we've been going in circles. Go around in circles? Cheng Yang was shocked. He looked around and saw the blue sea in all directions. No matter which direction he looked from, it was the same monotonous scenery. Normal people would not be able to tell if they were going in circles. Are you sure about this? Luo Shong asked. The others were also a little uncertain. In the endless sea, there were no landmarks other than the undulating currents. They couldn't be sure whether they were going in circles or not. That's indeed the case. Look, I'm the one who made it, Xiao Shui said as she pointed at the sea ahead. A huge iceberg floated in front of them. It was very conspicuous on the sea. They didn't see this iceberg along the way until now. The iceberg that should have been left behind was in front of them. Clearly, something was wrong. Xiao Shui saw Mu Yu using the leaf to mark the path, so she also set up icebergs to guide the way. So we're lost in this sea? Xiong Nan asked. It's very likely. Mu Yu, did you notice the existence of a formation? Cheng Yang asked. Everyone's eyes fell on Mu Yu. Mu Yu had extremely high attainments in array techniques. If it was a maze or something like that, he would definitely be able to detect it. However, Mu Yu shook his head. That's what's wrong. There's no aura of a formation here. There are no formation runes, but we're trapped in this place. It's like a mirror formation. We're going in circles. Mu Yu's words carried a lot of weight. When he said there was no formation, then the matter was really troublesome. Mu Yu pondered for a moment, then said, How about we verify it? How do we verify it? Shimon Wuji asked. Mu Yu said cautiously, Everyone should go in different direction. If we meet each other in the end, then it means we're really trapped. I've measured the time just now. From the time the first leaf fell on the sea, we spent a total of 2 hours and a quarter of an hour. Everyone should fly at the same speed as before, and record the time you return to your original place. Yu pushed the sea surface, and a towering tree instantly rose from the ground and floated in the midair. Use this tree as a mark. The tree floated in the midair, so it wouldn't drift away with the waves. What's the significance of doing this? Yumo asked. We can determine the size of the sea trapping us according to the time everyone returns. We can also determine the approximate topography of the sea trapping us. This will make it convenient for us to make our next judgment. If there's a group that doesn't return to their original place in the specified time, then it means that that direction is the way out. Yu said. Everyone flew in different direction at the same speed. Once the people in a certain direction spent a little more time, then they could calculate how much longer the distance was. The scope of the entire sea illusion formation could also be determined. If they wanted to break the formation, determining the size of the scope was very important, especially in this kind of strange place where there were no formation runes. Including Xiao Shuai and Dummy, they had 14 people at present. In order to ensure their safety, these 14 people couldn't be separated. At least 2 people were in a group. Then how about I and little brother Yu be in a group? I really like little brother Yu. WNWN was all smiles as she reached out her hand and hugged Yu's waist. Her eyes were rippling with light, and she was very charming. She also moved close to Yu's ear and lightly blew a mouthful of air. No. Qiao Shui and Tian Ran said in unison. Yu fiercely glared at WNWAN and flung her hand away. He knew that WNWAN was purely looking for trouble. It would be strange if a girl like her with abnormal preferences liked Yu. Seeing that Qiao Shui and Tian Ran were present, WNWAN deliberately made things difficult for him. That's a pity. WNWAN twisted her slender waist and said. Yu said, WNWN, you and Shimon Wuji are in a group. The 2 of you can't be separated. Qiao Shui, Tian Ran, you 2 should be in a group with Dummy. The 3 of you were originally in a group like this. Xiao Shui, follow me. Eldest senior brother, you and Xiao Ran. Senior brother Xiangnan, you and Yumo are in a group. Chu Xiachi, you and Jiu Etian are in a group. Luo Shong, you are alone. Is that okay? Luo Shong nodded. Strictly speaking, Yu was also alone because Xiao Shui was always talking when he fought. In addition to eating, he was also cheering. Last time, Yu let him use the heavenly sword. Although its power was amazing, it was directly defeated. However, the 2 of them had been together for a long time and were familiar with each other. Xiao Shuai's perception was also very strong and would help him analyze. Yu naturally couldn't be in a group with Qiao Shui or Tian Ran. Otherwise, he would definitely be blamed by the other one until he couldn't sleep at night. At present, there must be more people to explore the direction and find more opportunities to go out. Qiao Shui, Tian Ran, and Jiu Etian hadn't stepped into the Great Ascension stage, so there must be Great Ascension stage people around them. As for Xiao Ran and Yumo, they should be with Chengyang and Xiongnan to avoid accidents. Senior brother Xiangnan, give me 14 pieces of good jade with abundant spiritual qi, Yu said. Xiongnan waved his hand, and 14 pieces of jade appeared in his hand. Each piece of jade exuded rich spiritual qi, which was given by him. Yu's fingertips flashed, and soon 14 commander summoning arrays were engraved, all of which were hidden in the jade. Engraving the array on the jade was the most effective way. Xiongnan could control earth and stone, so it was easy for him to make jade. He handed the engraved jade to everyone and said, "Take this jade. If anything unusual happens, you can crush this jade. As long as you're fast enough, you can return to this body tree in an instant. Remember, you can fly for at most 3 hours. If you don't see this tree, you must crush the jade immediately. Maybe that path is the way out." The range of the commander summoning array is limited. Once it exceeds the range, it won't work. Everyone understood the seriousness of the matter. At the same time, they were also impressed by Mu Yu's array skills. Because everyone was in the great vehicle stage, flying for 3 hours was enough to cover a terrifying distance. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was 108,000 miles. However, the range of the jade could teleport people to such a terrifying distance. It was really extraordinary. Ever since Mu Yu stepped into the great vehicle stage, his array skills had naturally improved. The teleportation range of the commander summoning array was much greater than before. He quickly arranged the directions for everyone. There were a total of 7 directions. The two of you have to be careful. Tell Dummy not to exceed the speed limit. Fly at the same speed as before, Mu Yu said to Xiao Shui and Tian Ran. Dummy was a little slow, but its strength was not to be trifled with. Once it was happy, it might fly faster. It would be bad if it accidentally flew out of the range of the commander summoning array. Got it. Xiao Shui and Tian Ran both said as if nothing had happened. Everyone disappeared into the sea at the same time in different directions. Mu Yu looked at the others as he flew. Unfortunately, everyone had disappeared in the blink of an eye. The speed of a great vehicle stage cultivator was not comparable to that of ordinary people. The wind whistled past his ears, and the waves rolled up and down. Mu Yu looked at the sea and still felt that something was wrong. He flew in the direction that they had just returned. Since they had not gone far from the land, they should be able to see the land if they flew for 3 hours. Xiao Shui sat on Mu Yu's shoulder and sighed. What if we are trapped here without food and starving? You have been stuck in the spiritual energy eye for thousands of years, and I haven't seen you starving, Mu Yu said angrily. After a while, he asked again, did Xiao Shui and Tian Ran say anything to you? When Xiao Shui heard this, he immediately said angrily, you still want to talk about it? It was clearly you who caused the trouble. Why are they venting their anger on me? Good brothers should help each other. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me what Xiao Shui and Tian Ran asked you. I want to be mentally prepared, Mu Yu said. Tian Ran asked me, who do you like more? This question is a trap. No matter how I answer, I will be trapped. I can't answer. Xiao Shui sat on Mu Yu's shoulder and stretched out his little feet, with a sad face. Chapter 11:24. Mu Yu comforted little Shui as he flew in the direction from which he had come. However, after flying for an hour and a quarter of an hour, he saw the body tree in front of him. As expected, he turned back to his original spot. Xiao Shui and Tian Ran's team had returned to the body tree with him. The others had yet to return. This time, Mu Yu regretted his decision. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone in another direction. When he first saw Xiao Shui and Tian Ran, Xiong Nan and the others had been present. Even if Xiao Shui and Tian Ran had something to say, they wouldn't say it in front of others. However, this time, they were the only ones present. Xiao Shui walked from Dummy's shoulder to the branch of the body tree and looked at Mu Yu. Tian Ran also stood on the other side of the body tree and looked at Mu Yu. The two girls' gazes were meaningful, making Mu Yu feel uncomfortable. At least we can rule out 2 paths, Mu Yu said calmly. Yes, we can rule out that our direction and your direction aren't the exits. Tian Ran nodded with a faint smile. Xiao Shui said to Xiao Shui, come here. Xiao Shui was about to agree when he remembered something. He hugged Mu Yu's neck tightly and shook his head desperately. No, I like Mu Yu. I love Mu Yu. I want to be with Mu Yu. Xiao Shui had learned his lesson this time. He didn't want to get involved in this battle. Otherwise, if he went over, his ears would be pulled again. Mu Yu hugged Xiao Shui and said seriously, the two of you should treat Xiao Shui better. He's still very cute. Is that so? Tian Ran snorted and sat on the body tree branch. Mu Yu patted Xiao Shui's head awkwardly. He coughed and said, let's wait for the others to come back. Dummy didn't understand what these people were talking about. He said innocently, little handsome, can we play together? Xiao Shui quickly nodded, ran to the side, pulled 2 soft branches, tied a dead knot and said, let's play on the swing. I want to play on the swing too. Dummy's body shrunk to 2 meters. It learned from Xiao Shuai and clumsily tied the knot before sitting on it. Pa. The branches were broken by Dummy's bulky body. Dummy fell into the water, splashing up a lot of water. Xiao Shui and Tian Ran couldn't help but laugh. Dummy climbed out of the water, shook off the water on its body, and laughed foolishly with everyone. Mu Yu had only created an ordinary body tree. It was no different from an ordinary tree. Naturally, it couldn't bear Dummy's weight. He asked, "Dummy, have you been to the sea before?" Dummy nodded. Dummy has been to many places in the ancient battlefield and has also come to the sea. However, Dummy doesn't like the sea. There are no desolate beasts in the sea and it's not fun. Furthermore, the sea is too noisy. The sea is too noisy? It's not noisy. There are only waves here, Xiao Shui said. Dummy shook its head and stretched out its pinky to pick its ear. It said, "It's not the surface of the sea. It's the sea. There are all kinds of noises in the sea. Dummy doesn't like these kinds of noises. I'll fall asleep after listening to them for a long time. What kind of noises are there in the sea?" Xiao Shui said curiously as he jumped down from the swing and into the water, bubbles bubbling up from his body. After a while, Xiao Shui gradually floated up from the water, snoring softly. Xiao Shui actually fell asleep. "Little handsome, wake up." Dummy reached out and scooped Xiao Shui up and patted its head. Xiao Shui yawned and woke up. "The water is strange," Xiao Shui said, puzzled. "What's strange?" Mu Yu asked. "I felt like someone was calling me. When I wanted to listen carefully, I realized that my head was a little groggy, and I wanted to sleep." Xiao Shui yawned again. Mu Yu was a little surprised. He immediately jumped into the water. The water was clear and transparent. After he jumped into the water, the sound of the waves suddenly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a strange scream. It sounded like someone was screaming, but it also sounded like someone was screaming. It didn't stop, and Mu Yu's eardrums were in a mess. It felt as if there were many needles stabbing his brain. He couldn't take it anymore and quickly got up. "What's wrong? What did you hear?" Xiao Shui asked. Mu Yu frowned. "I don't feel sleepy. I just feel very uncomfortable." It sounded like someone was screaming. Xiao Shui hesitated for a moment before jumping into the water. After a while, she exclaimed and came out of the water. Panting, she said doubtfully, "I heard it. I heard it. What did you hear?" Mu Yu asked. Xiao Shui shook her head and clenched her teeth. "It was the villagers cursing me." Tian Ran felt very strange and also dived into the water. After a while, she also jumped out and said nervously, "I heard it. I heard the voices of all my fellow disciples in red dust sec. But they are all dead." The more Mu Yu thought about it, the more puzzled he became. Different people heard different voices. This time, he calmed down and once again sank into the sea. He tried his best to resist those sharp voices. Soon after, he heard it clearly. Those were the screams of the residents of East Sand City. Mu Yu raised his head. His ears were filled with buzzing sounds, and his chest was undulating. "What's wrong? Your complexions don't look too good." "Why?" At this time, Shimen Wuji and WN rushed over. After 2 breaths, Luo Shong also turned into a flame and appeared here. Clearly, they had also circled around and returned to their original place. However, their journey was much farther than Mu Yu's group. "There's a problem with the sea," Mu Yu said. Their group had been looking for a way out of the sea, but they had neglected the sea beneath them. Shimen Wuji lazily said, "What's wrong with the sea?" He shrugged and directly jumped into the sea. After a while, Shimen Wuji also floated on the water and fell asleep. Pa. WN walked over and unceremoniously slapped him awake. She said, "Can you be a bit more mature? You actually fell asleep." Shimen Wuji covered his face and bitterly said, WN, be gentler." "What did you hear?" Mu Yu asked. Shimen Wuji shook his head. "Nothing, I just feel very sleepy." WAN, do you want to try? "I'm too lazy to try." WN rolled her eyes at Shimen Wuji. This was strange. What exactly was this sea? Why was everyone's reaction so strange? Soon, Chengyang and Xiaoran also came back. After hearing what Mu Yu and the others said, Chengyang frowned and lightly exclaimed, "Senior brother, do you know what this sea means?" Mu Yu asked. Chengyang dived into the water and quickly jumped out. After a moment of silence, he said, "I understand. I've heard Master talk about it before. If I'm not wrong, this is the parameter sea of memories." Parameter sea of memories? What does that mean? Mu Yu had never heard of this before. The parameter sea of memories. In this sea, it will make you recall the memories that you don't want to face the most. The memories that you don't want to recall will flood into your mind and torture you until you can't bear it anymore. If you stay in the sea for too long, you will even be tortured to death. Chengyang said. Then why did I fall asleep? Little Shuai asked, puzzled. Chengyang said helplessly, a heartless person won't think too much and will fall asleep. Brother Chengyang, your words are a little hurtful. How am I heartless? I've been merciful all over the cultivation world. Shimon Wuji spread out his hands. Mu Yu heard the screams of the people he slaughtered in Dongsho City. Xiao Shui heard the curses of the villagers when she was captured and burned to death when she was young. Tian Ran heard the dead people of the Mortal World sect. Between Little Shui and Dummy, one was carefree and the other was simple and honest. They didn't have many deep memories. As for Shimon Wuji, as a person of the evil sect, he didn't have any sense of right or wrong. He did things according to his heart, and he didn't have any past that he didn't want to look back on. Parameter sea of memories, what's the meaning of this thing's existence? Is it to trap us here? Wan asked. Chengyang said, I'm afraid that's the case. They had already split up, but they still came back after walking for a while. This was enough to explain the situation. Mu Yu stood on the surface of the water and said, I think the way out of here is very clear. Where is it? Shimon Wuji asked. Do you still need to ask? Of course it's under our feet. Isn't that right, little brother Mu Yu? Wan threw a coquettish glance at Mu Yu. Mu Yu felt a headache as he looked at Wan, who was always intentionally or unintentionally flirting with him. He also felt two unkind gazes from the side. He felt helpless in his heart and hated Wan so much that he gritted his teeth. I think the bottom of the sea is very likely to be the way out. The key is how do we get to the bottom of the sea? Mu Yu had already tried to merge into the trees and dive to the bottom of the sea. However, even with the help of the trees, he was still affected by the voice in his mind and couldn't dive down. No wonder the way out was so dangerous. From the moment they stepped into the sea, they couldn't turn back or leave. They could only be trapped here forever, which was almost equivalent to death. We can only wait for the others to come back before we make a plan. Chengyang tried, but he also couldn't stand the voice. Soon, Chu Xiaoqi and Jiyu Etian also circled around and returned. Only Xiong Nan and Yu Mo hadn't returned yet. However, they waited for another 4 hours, and Xiong Nan and Yu Mo still hadn't returned. This made everyone nervous. What was going on? 6 hours have passed. Xiong Nan shouldn't have forgotten the time, Mu Yu said in a deep voice. Could it be that they encountered an accident? Chengyang and Mu Yu looked at each other. At the beginning, Mu Yu told everyone that they could fly for 6 hours at most. If they didn't return in 6 hours, they would crush the jade and return to the original place. Then, they would call everyone to explore together. However, 6 hours had passed, and Xiong Nan and Yu Mo still hadn't returned. If it weren't for the fact that Xiong Nan's cultivation was higher than Yu Mo's, perhaps they would have been worried that Yu Mo might have used some tricks along the way. However, with Xiong Nan's ability, there was no way he would have given Yu Mo any chance to do anything. Chapter 11:25. What if Xiong Nan and the others return after crushing the jade? Mu Yu asked. This was a very serious problem. Chengyang pondered for a moment, then said, then you guys wait here. I'll make a trip there myself. No matter what, we'll come back. I'll go with you. I have the heart-seeking guide, so I can find them, Mu Yu said. Okay. Cheng Yang didn't object. Little Shuai jumped onto Mu Yu's shoulder, and the three of them directly headed in the direction that Xiongnan and Yumo had gone. The others didn't say anything. In this kind of place, they could only rely on Cheng Yang and Mu Yu. Their words were very important. Mu Yu had a preliminary understanding of the heart-seeking guide. However, there was a limit to its effectiveness. If they were too far away, they wouldn't be able to find them. And at this moment, regardless of whether Mu Yu wanted to find Xiongnan or Yumo, the heart-seeking guide didn't respond at all. Where did they go? Mu Yu was puzzled. Even if it was 6 hours, logically speaking, they shouldn't have left the range of the heart-seeking guide. Cheng Yan's expression was solemn, and he said, "Let's go and take a look first." This time, they had already sped up as much as possible. After flying over the vast sea for 2 whole hours, the two of them were slightly startled. The two of them had actually returned to their original spot. "Why did you guys return, but Xiongnan didn't?" Luo Shong asked in a deep voice. Cheng Yang and Mu Yu were also deeply puzzled. Just what had happened? The path that Xiongnan and Yumo had taken was also to return to their original spot. However, the two of them didn't return as planned. Could it be that something unexpected happened along the way? Mu Yu's heart sank. The heart-seeking guide didn't show any signs of activity along the way. It didn't show any signs of the two of them. It was as if Xiongnan and Yumo had left this sea. Could it be that they've already found a way to leave this place? For example, they've found a way to cross this sea? Shimon Hao asked. This matter was indeed strange, but no one knew how to cross the sea. Once they entered the sea, they would be affected by the strange sound. They would either fall into a deep sleep, or their eardrums would not be able to withstand it. There was no way to block it. "I have to find Xiongnan no matter what," Cheng Yang said. Xiaoran said, "Are you sure you don't want to think of a way to leave first? Since Bai Jie was able to break the extreme immortal Steely, it means that he has found a way to counter perfect river and mountain. Right now, the third heaven is probably in an abyss of suffering. It is not a good idea for us to delay here." Luo Shong coldly replied, "What does the life and death of a third heavenly layer cultivator have to do with us? What does that have to do with you?" Xiaoran said, "Indeed, the matter of the third layer of heaven has nothing to do with me. I'm just reminding you out of kindness. If you don't like it, just pretend I didn't say anything." Cheng Yang was silent for a moment and said, "Let's think of a way to leave this place first." Luo Shong might not care about the life and death of the third-floor palace cultivators, but Cheng Yang had to. "Then Xiongnan." Luo Shong frowned. "If we find a way to leave, you guys go first. I will stay behind to look for Xiongnan," Cheng Yang said. Luo Shong snorted softly and did not say anything. However, they were in trouble again. They guessed that the path was at the bottom of the sea, but the problem was that no one could stay underwater for more than 10 seconds. Even Qiao Shui could not do it. What should they do now? This was the question on everyone's mind. Mu Yu suddenly thought of something and said, "Little Shui, you know how to set up a teleportation array, right?" Little Shui puffed out his chest and said proudly, "Of course. After all, I am the one who named this Commander Teleportation Array, okay?" When Mu Yu had created the Commander Teleportation Array, he had used Little Shui as a test subject. Little Shui had shamelessly insisted on naming the array, so Mu Yu had not objected. However, Little Shui had been following Mu Yu all this time, so he basically knew all the array techniques that Mu Yu knew. Mu Yu said, "Okay. Now, you are the only one who can stay in my Mu Ling without suffocating. I will send you into the sea. If we find a way out in the sea, you will set up a Commander Teleportation Array and teleport us all out. Do you understand?" Little Shui did not understand and said, "But I will fall asleep in the sea. If you fall asleep without a care, there won't be any accidents. If there is an exit under the sea, I will try to wake you up at that time," Mu Yu said. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. Now, everyone else would be affected by the strange sound in the sea. Only Little Shui, Dummy, Shimon Wuji, and WNWAN would not be affected. In comparison, Little Shui was thick-skinned, invulnerable, smart, and new array techniques. Letting him do this was undoubtedly the most reassuring. Why didn't you use this method before? If you set up an array technique before entering the extreme immortal monument, we might have already left, WN asked. Mu Yu shook his head. I didn't know that this would happen. Moreover, the ancient battlefield might be very far away from our third heaven. The distance of the commander teleportation array is limited. Then you guys have to protect me. If Mu Yu's Mu Ling gets bitten by something, you guys will lose this commander forever. Little Shuai took a bite of the apple and said, Don't worry. Chengyang and Xiao Shui's metal spirit and water spirit will protect you. The three of us will escort you, Mu Yu said. That's good, Little Shuai said with satisfaction. Mu Yu set up a few more commander teleportation arrays and engraved the array technique for the teleportation location on the Mu Ling. Little Shuai set it up and turned the Mu Ling into a 1-meter square wooden hut. This wooden hut was set up according to Little Shuai's requirements. It even had a comfortable wooden bed. Little Shuai took a blanket and a few drumsticks from Mu Yu before entering the wooden hut and said, Okay, you can seal it now. The others were also quite helpless. Little Shuai was a mischievous guy. He even had to prepare food when he was asked to do something. However, Mu Yu also understood Little Shuai. He tried his best to make the wooden hut comfortable before sealing it completely. Then, he quickly extended the Mu Ling and brought the wooden hut to the bottom of the sea. Wood was buoyant at the bottom of the sea, but Mu Yu had turned the Mu Ling into a kind of heavy wood that could suppress the buoyancy. He didn't dare go down into the Mu Ling himself, so he could only rely on Little Shuai. Chengyan's metal spirit also covered the left side of the Mu Ling and followed the Mu Ling down. If anything happened around them, or if something at the bottom of the sea tried to cut off the Mu Ling, he would be able to react in time. Xiao Shui's water spirit covered the right side. When it came into contact with Mu Yu's Mu Ling, the two of them had a strange connection. The two of them were able to communicate telepathically again. You have to give me an explanation when we get back. Xiao Shui's voice rang out in Mu Yu's mind. Mu Yu felt a headache coming on. Senior Chengyang is here. Protect Little Shuai first. Xiao Shui glared at Mu Yu. Tian Ran sat on Dummy's shoulder gloomily and looked at Mu Yu unhappily. In Mu Yu's senses, Little Shuai fell asleep as soon as it entered the sea. It only ate half of the apple and was snoring in a deep sleep. Mu Ling reflected the scenery around the bottom of the sea. Unfortunately, in Mu Ling's senses, the bottom of the sea was pitch black. There was no light that could penetrate the bottom of the sea, and the visibility around it wasn't very good. However, the pressure at the bottom of the sea was getting stronger and stronger. It was so strong that it could even crush a tribulation passing stage self-cultivator. Mu Yu was secretly shocked. What exactly was this sea of reminiscence? How could it produce such a terrifying pressure? Mu Ling continued to sink into the depths of the sea. After sinking for a full 2 hours, it still hadn't reached the bottom. Gradually, Mu Yu realized that the powerful pressure was getting more and more terrifying. In the end, it reached the point where even a great vehicle stage self-cultivator would find it difficult to bear. What's hidden under the sea? Mu Yu and Chengyang looked at each other. Both of them were great vehicle stage self-cultivators. Naturally, they understood what this pressure meant. Even if they weren't affected by the sound when they entered the sea, ordinary great vehicle stage self-cultivators wouldn't be able to bear it. This place was really strange. It was so powerful that it was abnormal. However, Mu Yu felt that this pressure was familiar. He suddenly understood. Right, this is the pressure of the space barrier. When Mu Yu went to the second heaven, he relied on Mu Ling to pass through the spiritual energy eye and enter the space barrier to return to the third heaven. It was also thanks to Mu Ling's indestructible body that he was able to withstand the powerful pressure. Chengyang also reacted. Could it be that the space barrier is under the sea of reminiscence? Then, does the ancient battlefield exist in an independent world, or does it float in space? This was a mystery that couldn't be solved for the time being. Mu Yu and Chengyang didn't think too much about it. They focused their attention on Little Shuai's small wooden house. No matter what, Little Shuai was their hope now. Nothing must happen to him. However, at this moment, a terrifying current suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea. Like a volcanic eruption, it began to hit the small wooden house. The water below seemed to become more and more unstable. Then, a huge tentacle suddenly appeared from the darkness and swept fiercely on Mu Ling's metal spirit and water spirit. Oh no! What's that? Mu Yu and the other two were shocked. They tried to control the direction, but because Mu Ling, metal spirit, and water spirit were too long, it was difficult to control them. The small wooden house where little Shuai was hiding was directly grabbed by the tentacle. A huge pulling force came from the wood spirit, and the terrifying tentacle actually wanted to snatch the small wooden house away from her. Mu Yu and the other two were pulled by the huge tentacle. The three of them were unable to resist the strength of the huge tentacle. They were directly pulled into the water and sank dozens of meters. A sharp explosion immediately sounded from the seawater, exploding in their mind. Ah! Chapter 11:26. Mu Yu also felt like his head was about to be torn apart by the noise, as if countless needles were stabbing his brain, but he still endured the severe pain in his head, grabbed Xiao Shui, and pushed her out of the water. At the same time, the others waiting outside had already pulled Xiao Shui out in time. Everyone's expression changed slightly. None of them had expected such a change to occur in the sea. The strength of Chengyang and Mu Yu was obvious to all, and they had thought that with Chengyang and Mu Yu here, even if there was a desolate beast at the bottom of the sea, it would be impossible for it to gain any advantage. However, even with the combined strength of Chengyang and Mu Yu, they had still been dragged down by the unknown tentacles at the bottom of the sea. The strength of the terrifying desolate beast at the bottom of the sea had probably exceeded everyone's expectations. After Xiao Shui recovered, the water spirit in her hand swept out again, sinking into the sea and quickly wrapping around Mu Yu and Chengyang, who were struggling in pain at the bottom of the sea. She wanted to pull them up, but the force was too strong. Xiao Shui hadn't stepped into the Great Ascension stage yet, so she couldn't pull them up by herself. Fortunately, Dummy grabbed the water spirit in time, and his strength was surprisingly great, stopping Mu Yu and Chengyang from falling. The others also reacted, each of them grabbing one end of the water spirit and desperately pulling them out of the water. Mu Yu and Chengyang were already pale. The terrifying force had almost caused them to lose consciousness and fall into a deep sleep. Even the two of them couldn't deal with the strangeness of the sea. But even if they were out of the sea at this time, the mysterious tentacles at the bottom of the sea were still trying to drag them back into the water. Chengyang and Mu Yu firmly controlled the metal spirit and Mu Ling, and with the help of the others, they were in a deadlock with the tentacles at the bottom of the sea. What the hell is this thing? Mu Yu asked, gritting his teeth. I don't know, but to be able to survive in this terrifying sea that can threaten Great Ascension stage cultivators, its strength is beyond our imagination, Chengyang quickly said. The others didn't know what was going on at the bottom of the sea, so they could only look at each other. After a while, Luo Shong asked, "How is little commander?" Before Mu Yu could answer, the entire surface of the sea suddenly began to violently tumble and boil. It was as if the sea water was being boiled. Monstrous waves kept spreading out, and the waves actually reached hundreds of meters, pouring down towards them. "Be careful!" Mu Yu roared, and everyone soared into the sky. When they stopped a few thousand meters above the sea, the entire sea was roaring violently. Countless pitch-black tentacles appeared and disappeared in the waves. Each tentacle was 1,000 meters long and dozens of meters thick. No one had ever seen such a monster before. This monster was so powerful that it was shocking. This monster had at least tens of thousands of tentacles, and the destruction caused by each tentacle was actually faintly mixed with the power of a domain. What shocked them the most was that after this monster's tentacles rolled out, the top of each tentacle was actually connected to a powerful desolate beast. These desolate beasts were extremely huge, similar to the desolate beasts they had seen in the ancient battlefield's domains, and the tentacles were not only connected to wild beasts, but also flesh-winged horned monsters, soul race people, ghost race people, and even human cultivators. These people's eyes were scarlet, flashing with a ruthless and bloodthirsty light. They stared coldly at Mu Yu and the others in the sky. What kind of wild beast is this? Chu Xiaoqi couldn't help but ask. No one could answer his question. The strength of this monster had exceeded everyone's imagination. It was more like a combination of all kinds of creatures. It had pressed the human race, the foreign race, and even the desolate beasts into its tentacles. Little Shuai had already been transferred up by Mu Yu through Mu Ling. Fortunately, Little Shuai's physique was special and could merge with the trees like Mu Yu. At the moment of danger, Mu Yu pulled Little Shuai up. At this moment, Little Shuai woke up dizzily. He yawned and asked, "What did I miss?" Dummy said innocently, "Little Shuai, we're going to catch octopus monsters. Do you like to eat barbecue?" Little Shuai blinked and stared at the monster below for a long time. Suddenly, he said in surprise, "Isn't this the Sky Devourer?" Everyone glanced at Little Shuai. "What's the Sky Devourer?" Little Shuai shook his head. "I don't remember either. Anyway, I vaguely remember this guy. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Once this guy swallows something, the thing it swallows will become a part of itself. All of the other party's cultivation will also be taken away. The tigers, humans, pigs, flesh-winged monsters, and ghosts you saw on the tentacles were all swallowed by it and became a part of its body. It's that powerful." Mu Yu was shocked. His attention was on the two humans. The two cultivators' bodies were faintly flickering with powerful Great Ascension Stage auras. This meant that they were also Great Ascension Stage cultivators when they were alive, but they actually died in this place, and if each tentacle was a wild beast, this meant that this monster had swallowed at least thousands of wild beast. Everyone was shocked by Little Shuai's words. What exactly was this so-called Sky Devourer? Just as everyone was bewildered, the countless giant tentacles under the sea were already rolling towards them. Everyone immediately spread out and used their own abilities to deal with this giant tentacle monster. For a moment, all kinds of spiritual energy surged in the sky. Rays of light shone brightly, and the sword aura and domain were mixed within. "Dummy, protect Qiao Shui and Tian Ran well." Mu Yu shouted and narrowly avoided the sharp horn attack of a tiger rhinoceros. When the tiger rhinoceros's sharp horn pierced through, the air became hot and restless, as if it was going to pierce a big hole in the void. The tiger rhinoceros on the tentacles had a cultivation that was far beyond the ordinary Great Ascension stage. The others were also attacked by their own tentacles. Everyone had already used their powerful domain, but they could only fight to a draw with the wild beasts on the tentacles with all their strength. When they went all out, countless tentacles swept over again, covering the sky and covering the sun. They were densely packed and seemed endless. No one knew how many wild beasts they had swallowed. "Go. Leave this place and don't continue fighting." Cheng Yang slashed the tentacle saber-tooth in front of him into ashes with his sword, then shouted at everyone. Although not every tentacle of the monster in the parameter Soul Sea was a wild beast at the Great Ascension stage, it was not something they could deal with. They might be able to kill a wild beast on one of the tentacles if they tried their best, but there was an endless stream of tentacles emerging from the water. The tentacle monster could not be killed at all. Everyone had no desire to continue fighting, so they could only skim away. The tentacle monster did not chase after them. It just looked at them coldly from behind, then disappeared into the bottom of the sea. Only then did everyone stop in bewilderment. They stood in the sky with palpitating hearts. Just now, everyone had used all kinds of means, and everyone had used their most powerful domain. Even so, they only managed to break a few tentacles. However, there were more tentacles stirring up trouble. If they continued fighting, it was only a matter of time before they lost. Among everyone, Dummy was the most violent. He directly cut off a tentacle, and the eagle wild beast that was connected to the tentacle was torn into pieces by him. "Little handsome, take this tentacle. It's edible. It's delicious. I've eaten it before." Dummy laughed foolishly as he ran. At this time, Dummy had turned back into a giant hundreds of meters tall. "Dummy, have you encountered this tentacle monster before?" Mu Yu was really surprised by Dummy's strength. Dummy was a little silly, but his cultivation level was surprisingly high. Dummy scratched his head and hugged a tentacle that was dozens of meters thick and was still twitching. He said, Dummy has encountered it before at the beach. It wanted to catch me, so I pulled out its tentacles. However, I couldn't beat it. Every time I pulled out a tentacle, I quickly ran ashore. Last time, I roasted it with fire. It was delicious. Really? Luo Shong, then hurry up and light a fire for me. I want to try it too. Be careful not to burn it, Little Handsome said excitedly. Mu Yu and the others were speechless. This kind of powerful monster, Dummy actually dared to pull the teeth from the tiger's mouth, and even roasted its tentacles to eat. Dummy and Little Handsome, these two guys really had good teeth and good appetites. They dared to eat anything and were not picky about food at all. So, this powerful monster at the bottom of the sea is the guy guarding the exit. As long as we don't provoke it at sea, it seems that it won't attack us. Then, how do we bypass it and leave here? Shimon Wuji asked. I think it's not that it won't attack us. It's waiting for us to run out of energy to deal with us. If we can't escape, it has all the time to waste with us, Mu Yu said. Anyone who entered this soul-returning sea would have their escape route cut off. They would be walking aimlessly on the sea and would quickly fall into despair. At that time, when they were exhausted, the tentacle monster would come out and devour them. As for the competition of time, the tentacle monster would definitely live longer than them. A cultivator's lifespan of 100 or 200 years was insignificant to it. Not everyone who could come here was like Mu Yu and a small number of people who had the body of immortality. Moreover, Mu Yu couldn't afford to waste time because they had to hurry back to the third layer of heaven. They couldn't beat it, and they couldn't run away. Right now, they were in a dilemma. Do you think Xiong Nan and the others will also encounter this tentacle monster? Luo Shong asked. Cheng Yang and Mu Yu also didn't know. They didn't want to think about this result. Mu Yu said straightforwardly, Xiong Nan won't. He's very strong. Maybe they found an exit and accidentally left here. No matter what, let's all take a break first. We have to maintain our peak energy and be wary of the tentacle monster's sneak attack, Cheng Yang said. Everyone sat cross-legged in the void and didn't speak anymore. Xiao Shuai and Dummy really started to grill the tentacles of the tentacle monster. Luo Shong reluctantly became the cook. The fire was in place. Soon, a strange fragrance spread over the entire sea. Unfortunately, other than Xiao Shuai and Dummy, the others didn't have any appetite. Should we try somewhere else? Tian Ran asked. I'm afraid it's useless to try anywhere else. This is already a sealed maze. As long as we enter the water, we'll be detected no matter where we are. We have to think of another way, Mu Yu said. Everyone was thinking. At that moment, a huge roar exploded in the distance. Violent waves of air rolled over. The entire sea seemed to have been turned upside down by someone. A curtain of water tens of thousands of feet high swept out. Chapter 11:27. Everyone looked at the waves in the distance in confusion. They were also quite puzzled. Could it be that the tentacle monster was attacking someone in the distance? Mu Yu hesitated for a moment, then said, let's go and take a look. This area of the sea had always been calm and tranquil. It was only after the appearance of the tentacle monster that these abnormalities occurred. Now that Xiong Nan and Yu Mo had both disappeared, perhaps the disturbance here was caused by the two of them. After flying for half an hour, they arrived at the scene of the incident. Then, they saw a shocking scene. A huge sea tornado formed in the sky above the sea 1,000 meters away, piercing straight into the sky. Powerful formation patterns appeared high up in the sky, forming a gap as if it had been split open. Countless rays of starlight poured down from the gap, illuminating the sea. At this time, a huge island had appeared on the surface of the sea. On the island, there was a majestic palace. It was dazzling in gold and jade, and it emitted a majestic aura that resonated with the brilliance of the stars in the sky. As for Xiong Nan and Yu Mo, they were in the air above the palace, dodging the terrifying tentacle monster. It's Xiong Nan and the others. Mu Yu had already rushed toward Xiong Nan to help him. Xiong Nan was facing dozens of wild beasts by himself. He seemed to be having a hard time. Yumo's aura was weak. Her entire body was a shadow, but at this time, the shadow had cracked from the shoulder. It seemed to have been injured by the tentacle monster. Bang! Mu Yu kicked away the tentacle that was sweeping toward Xiongnan. The shadow-cloned sword slashed down from the sky, directly cutting off the tentacle. The sword chi instantly turned all the tentacles into powder. They had already landed on an isolated island and were floating in the air above the palace. What's going on? Where did you guys go just now? Mu Yu asked. We accidentally saw this island and wanted to come over to investigate, but we didn't expect this place to be so strange. As soon as we stepped on the island, the entire island disappeared. The sea also disappeared. It was as if we were imprisoned in an empty space until I broke a mirror in the empty space to escape. I didn't expect that the moment we came out, this tentacle monster would suddenly appear from the bottom of the sea, Xiongnan quickly explained. When they appeared on the island, the tentacle monster seemed to be even more manic. It roared and pounced toward them. Countless tentacles swept in all directions, as if it wanted to chase them away from the island. It was obvious that this island was something extremely important to it. It didn't allow others to set foot on it. What's the mystery of this island? Mu Yu was puzzled. Ever since they came to the ancient battlefield, everything they saw was ruins. This was the first time they saw a complete building on the island. Mu Yu carefully observed the tentacle monster's movements. He realized that when the tentacle monster attacked them, each tentacle was very careful. It didn't dare to destroy the island. Everyone land on the island. Mu Yu shouted. No one understood why, but they still did as they were told. Just as they quickly landed on the island, the tentacle monster's attack had already stopped. It angrily hovered above the island. Countless tentacles covered the sky and covered the sun. They swept across above, but did not dare to land on the island. Everyone was relieved. At least for now, it seemed safe. What is this place? It's actually so strange. Mu Yu stood on the island. He squatted down and touched the rocks and vegetation on the island. They were all real. Let's go to the palace and take a look, Mu Yu suggested. Everyone followed the small path to the entrance of the palace. The architectural style of the palace was different from the third heaven. The entire palace was octagonal. The walls of the palace were made of strange materials. Mu Yu pushed open the door of the palace. A vast aura greeted them. What they saw inside wasn't a staircase to the throne, but a bottomless abyss. The abyss was crooked. They didn't know where it led to. Beside the abyss was surging seawater. The seawater seemed to be forcibly separated by a mysterious force, forming a passage. Could this passage be the exit? Mu Yu said in surprise. To call it a passage, it was actually a little too big. The entrance of the passage filled the entire palace. It was nearly 100 meters in diameter. The seawater on both sides intertwined. The waves occasionally hit the walls of the passage. Let's give it a try. Chengyang took the lead and carefully went down the passage. Because there was seawater on both sides. This was the parameter Soul Sea. As long as they were surrounded by seawater, a sharp and painful sound would appear in their minds. So they had to be careful. Chengyang carefully descended 10 meters and shouted to the others, "It's okay." That sound didn't appear again. Looks like this is the exit. Everyone use your territory to protect yourselves to avoid any problems. The others were overjoyed when they heard this and quickly followed. Everyone followed the passage formed by the seawater and spiraled down. They hadn't gone far when the tentacles of the tentacle monster suddenly rushed out of the seawater and fiercely pounced on them, but those tentacles were blocked by a force on both sides of the passage. The seawater was still surging. The tentacle monster couldn't rush in. They kept going down. The tentacle monster rolled around angrily and kept going down with them. Little octopus, come again if you have the guts. You can't catch me, haha. Dummy laughed at the tentacle monster. If it comes, I'll roast it again, Dummy said naively. Except for these two guys who didn't know much about the world, the others didn't dare to let down their guard. In this place, They had to be aware of the upcoming danger. Although the tentacle monster was chasing after them, who knew what other dangers were waiting in front of them? But fortunately, after all of them entered the tunnel, everything was calm and peaceful. The further they went down, the stronger the pressure around them. Mu Yu protected Qiao Shui and Tian Ran and helped them share the pressure. They had the lowest cultivation level here. Cheng Yang also used his territory ability to help Jiu Yitian resist the pressure. After turning a corner, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. They could already see the exit of the passage. They were surprised to find that in front of them was a sky full of stars. Whoosh! Everyone flew out of the passage and was suddenly shocked speechless by the scene in front of them. The sky was full of stars, and countless stones were floating in the void under their feet. They didn't know where they were. When they looked up, the parameter Sol CC was actually above them. The sea was rolling above them, but it was always blocked by a strange force. At this time, they were really under the sea. Where are we? Tian Ran couldn't help but exclaim. Mu Yu and Little Shui looked at each other in dismay. After a long while, they said, "This is a space barrier." When the two of them were in the third layer of heaven, they had seen space barriers more than once. Whether it was the space barrier between the spiritual Chi Eyes, the Moyun mountain range, or the ghost pit in the gate of hell, they were all space barriers. Cheng Yang said with a dignified expression, "The space barrier here is too oppressive. If we weren't in the Darching stage, I'm afraid we would be destroyed in an instant." "No, I'm not afraid," Little Shui said indifferently. Dummy touched his head. Dummy is also not afraid. Mu Yu now finally understood that in order to enter the space barrier, the cultivation level must be at least in the Darching stage. When he came to the space barrier before, he was blocked by the powerful array laid down by his master. "Then how are we going to go back through here?" Wan asked. Shi and Shimon Wuji leaned against each other. Two completely different auras circulated around each other, jointly resisting this powerful oppression. Little Shui sniffed, pointed to the left and shouted, there is the third layer of heaven." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. In the distance, there was a huge land. It was so big that it was shocking. It was boundless and vast. It occupied an area in the space barrier. The whole land was wrapped in golden array patterns. These golden array patterns were like a hard barrier, blocking all the dangers in the space barrier outside. This land was also floating in the void. There was no support point below it. It was like an incomparably huge island, slowly floating in the void. Everyone carefully flew along the stones of the space barrier to the land in the distance. There were countless stones floating in the space barrier, and they even saw the ruins of some buildings, which were broken into pieces and drifted in this space barrier. Some floating objects were impressively abandoned cities. They were at least tens of thousands of square meters in size. They drifted in the space barrier, like ghost cities. There was no sign of human habitation, but they drifted in the void. Such a powerful oppression actually didn't destroy these buildings. What are the buildings here made of? Mu Yu carefully passed over half of the damaged city. He was also surprised in his heart. He always thought that the space barrier was at most made of stones. Now that he thought about it, perhaps these stones were part of some building. They saw with their own eyes that two floating cities collided with each other, and then slowly separated from each other, leaving behind a few broken stones, which continued to drift in the space barrier. There is actually a mountain in the space barrier. Everyone looked at the huge mountain in front of them. It was at least 10,000 meters tall, but this mountain was slanted. There was no vegetation on it, only stones, which rippled in the air. It was extremely mysterious. It drifted forward, and forcibly knocked an abandoned city into two halves, leaving behind a muffled sound. Chapter 1128. It was impossible to survive the space barrier without reaching the Mahayana stage. This kind of strong oppression was too strong, and only by relying on one's domain could one resist it. Every Mahayana stage cultivator had comprehended their own domain rules, and these heavenly Tao rules were refined and controlled by them. As long as they were in their own domain, they could resist the invasion of the space barrier. Dummy reached out and grabbed a floating stone, and said excitedly, "Master once said that these floating stones and buildings are the stars in the sky, and these stars all revolve around the sun. I've plucked another little star." Dummy touched the little stone in his hand like a child, and then carefully let go of the floating stone. He said happily, "Little star, be careful. Don't break, or else Dummy won't be able to see you when I look up." Moo and the others looked at each other, and he couldn't help but ask, "My master said that these stones are stars?" Dummy nodded. "Yes, master used to take me and Little Handsome everywhere to play. He said that our 3 continents are also a little star in other people's worlds, and that the shining star we see is a world. It's just that some worlds are very far away from us, and some worlds are very close to us. He also said that the 2nd layer of heaven and the 3rd layer of heaven are almost overlapping, but they are in different spaces." Dummy doesn't understand what this means. Then does that mean that there are people living on every star? Moo continued to ask. Dummy scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Master said that only 9 stars are inhabited, and the races on the other stars have been destroyed. Master also said that Dummy accidentally destroyed another star, so only 8 stars are inhabited. When Dummy destroyed a star, it was equivalent to destroying an entire world." This kind of ability shocked everyone. This dummy fellow is really scary. Chu Xiaoqi squeezed out these words after a long time. A simple, honest, and silly fellow had actually destroyed an entire world. How terrifying. Dummy isn't scary, Dummy is very obedient. "They provoked me first," Dummy explained. Little Handsome said casually, "It's okay, Dummy. If anyone provokes you in the future, I'll protect you." Dummy nodded and said happily, "Dummy likes Little Handsome." They quickly approached the spatial barrier outside the 3 continents. Then, they were surprised to find an even stranger place. They finally understood what Dummy meant when it said that the 3rd heaven and the 2nd heaven overlapped. Then the next level is the 2nd heaven, right? Little Shuai said in surprise. The 3-layered continent was like a floating island. Below the island was another island. However, some parts of this island were connected to the 3-layered continent, while some parts were not. The 2-layered continent was completely inverted from the 3-layered continent. It was as if the 3 continents were the front and the 2 continents were the back. What was different was that ever since they entered the spatial barrier, there was no distinction between the sky and the ground. It was only because they came out of the Sea of Soul's resurrection from the parameter that they subconsciously treated the sea above them as the ground. And now, in the process of floating, there was no restriction of gravity, so they couldn't tell up from down, left from right. As long as one turned around, they would find that the 2nd heaven was above and the 3rd heaven was below. The relationship between the 2nd heaven and the 3rd heaven was that some of the continents were connected, while some were independent. "This world is really strange," Shimon Wuji interrupted from the side. Other than Dummy, it was the first time that everyone had come to this world and seen the appearance of this world with their own eyes. This kind of scene was not something that everyone had the chance to see, because the 3rd heaven had a powerful array. Even people in the Mahayana realm would find it difficult to leave at will. "Our top priority now is to return to the 3rd heaven." Moo forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and came to the periphery of the 3rd heaven continent. The outside of the 3rd heaven continent was protected by a powerful array pattern. The arrangement of these array patterns was very familiar. It was impressively made by Moo's master, Jenying Chen Feng. Master set up these arrays to prevent the outsiders from other worlds from invading the 3rd heaven. "Then how do we enter?" Luo Shong asked. Chengyang said, "After the perfect land and mountain array was activated, the array of the 3rd heaven continent has become unbreakable. All the loopholes have been sealed, so we can't enter." "Then how did you enter the White Realm? How did your Shadowless clan and Shadowless clan enter the 3rd heaven?" Luo Shong glanced at Xiao Ran and Yumo Xiao Ran said, "According to historical records, our 2 clans entered thousands of years ago. It is said that Jenying Chen Feng allowed us to enter at that time. Moreover, with him around, the other outsiders did not dare to enter at will. But now that he has disappeared, there is no one to protect this world. As for the White Realm, I think he must have used something like the Extreme Immortal Tablet's teleportation array to forcefully break through the protection of the perfect land and mountain array with the help of the Heaven Keeper. The teleportation array could teleport them from the third heaven to the ancient battlefield. Perhaps there was a way to teleport outsiders from other worlds to the third heaven. Originally, the third heaven was a sealed world, but Jianying Chenfeng was not there. The Heaven Keeper must know how to deal with this layer of defense. Unfortunately, the current situation was that Mu Yu and the others did not have that kind of teleportation array, so they were unable to enter the third heaven. The entire third heaven was like a sealed space that protected the inside tightly. Mu Yu was deep in thought for a long time. He circled the golden array pattern and realized that the golden array pattern could no longer be broken. Even with his current array skills, he could not do it. Even now, his cultivation was far from his master's level in the past. So, are we trapped in a space barrier now? Jiyu Etian asked. No one knew how to get in. Even Cheng Yang was at his wit's end. However, Dummy said naively, didn't Dummy lead the questioning heart to our Mu? The questioning heart can lead our Mu to where he wants to go. The questioning heart? Mu Yu took out the golden compass in shock. At that moment, the black and white array patterns on the golden compass were spinning rapidly. The moment Mu Yu took it out, the compass automatically flew toward the array pattern outside the third heaven. Then, it stuck closely to the array outside the third heaven. Buzz! A clear and ancient sound rang out from the truth-seeking guide. The truth-seeking guide began to spin, becoming bigger and bigger. It gradually emitted a majestic aura that rushed into the surroundings, causing powerful and vast ripples to appear. Then, the questioning heart began to form an 8 trigrams array where the questioning heart was located. Mysterious inscriptions were mixed in. This is a teleportation array? Mu Yu was surprised. Did Master know that something like this would happen and deliberately left this thing to guide us? Cheng Yang was also very excited. He never expected that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Everyone, stand by the teleportation array. Mu Yu was excited. He had already landed in the center of the teleportation array. Mysterious array patterns flowed out of his fingertips and merged with the questioning heart's array pattern. He already knew how to activate the teleportation array. The white-bearded old man is really smart, little Shuai exclaimed. After everyone stood in the teleportation array, Mu Yu immediately activated the array pattern. The array pattern quickly rotated and quickly took them away from the spatial barrier. When they reappeared, whether it was Mu Yu, Cheng Yang, Luo Shong, Xiong Nan, or Tian Ran, they were all stunned. Luo Chen Cliff. They were actually teleported to Luo Chen Cliff of Luo Chen Mountain by the questioning heart. No one expected that the questioning heart would teleport them to Luo Chen Mountain. The Luo Chen Cliff that they were familiar with actually hid such an unknown secret. What is this place? WN curiously looked at the banyan tree that was full of vitality at Luo Chen Cliff. Our home. Cheng Yang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This was the place where they came from and also their roots. When they were young, they cultivated here. At night, they would look at the night sky at Luo Chen Cliff and listen to their master talk about the cultivation world. Everyone was carefree and without worldly disputes. They lived a life of idyllic. Now things were still the same, but people were different. The chick had already grown into an eagle and became the king of the sky. But in their hearts, there was a flaw. This is your Luo Chen sect. Shimon Wuji also felt it was quite strange. Not only him, the others were also the first to visit the Luo Chen sect. They also wanted to know what the legendary place where a true god lived was like. Jianying Chenfeng was a god that no one could match, so the place where a true god lived in seclusion must be extraordinary. However, when they left Luo Chen Cliff and saw a few simple and crude houses, they were also startled. This was simply not what a sect should look like. This place was extremely shabby. There were no bejeweled palaces, jade stairs, or anything that should have been there. But Mu Yu and the other 3 martial brothers silently opened their respective doors. Looking at the cobwebs and dust everywhere, the past events flashed through their minds. Their hearts were unexpectedly unable to calm down. You all should find a place to rest. Mu Yu sat on the threshold of his door. With a wave of his hand, several wooden chairs and tables appeared in front of Shimon Wuji and the others. Shimon Wuji and the others didn't disturb these four martial brothers. Rather, they tactfully went to the side to cultivate. Tian Ran also sat on the threshold. She was like a little girl from a farmer's family. She wasn't restrained at all. She had also lived here for a year. She had lived with her father and Mu Yu for a year. Xiao Shui glanced at Mu Yu and Tian Ran. She didn't say anything and went to the side to rest. Cheng Yang, Luo Shong and Xiong Nan leaned on the door of their own room. They were silent. Even though Luo Shong had left Luo Chen's sect for many years, Lan Linger had always been stubbornly cleaning his room for him. She was looking forward to his return. But now even Lan Linger wasn't here. Everything was covered with dust. At a certain moment, the four martial brothers suddenly raised their head. Their eyes quietly met. Cheng Yan's eyes were filled with guilt and helplessness. He looked at his three martial brothers. His heart was filled with complex feelings. From the moment his martial brothers had decided to walk their own path, Cheng Yang had always wanted to find his martial brothers. He wanted to assume the responsibility of a big martial brother. When his master wasn't here, he wanted to protect everyone in this family. He wanted to make sure that this family was intact. But the number of times everyone in this family returned home was becoming less and less. They also seemed to be gradually drifting apart from each other. You didn't want to return home. Now you have returned home, Cheng Yang said softly. Chapter 1129. The wind at Luo Chen Cliff rustled the leaves and rubbed the stone slabs on the cliff's edge. The smooth stone slabs left behind countless memories. Xiao Shui sat on the swing on the banyan tree, swinging back and forth happily. In order not to break the swing, Dummy had shrunk itself to be as small as Xiao Shui. The two giggled as they sat on the swing. The swing used to belong exclusively to Kong Kong and Miao Miao. They liked to sit on the swing and listen to their master tell them stories at night. Now, however, the two naughty kids were nowhere to be found, so the swing became Xiao Shui and Dummy's exclusive property. Mu Yu sat on the banyan tree as usual, gazing into the distance. Cheng Yang sat on the stone slabs under the banyan tree, his feet sticking out of the cliff. Xiong Nan lay on the stone slabs, staring blankly into the sky. Luo Shong leaned against the banyan tree trunk, staring at the clouds in the distance, deep in thought. After a long time, Cheng Yang broke the silence. There's no need to hide it from me anymore. What are you going to do next? Cheng Yang sighed softly. Luo Shong and Xiong Nan both had their own plans. They wanted to change the world in their own way. All these years, Cheng Yang had been searching for his junior brother, hoping to stop him from acting recklessly. However, when it came time to face his junior brother, he felt conflicted. Xiong Nan said, "We'll establish a country and control the humans. We'll let them live according to my wishes. Those who don't obey will be killed." Xiong Nan's voice was calm, but there was a hint of determination in it. Only those who believe in you can live. Some people are destined to die. Luo Shong's words were concise. Their words were jarring to Cheng Yan's ears. Whether it was Luo Shong or Xiong Nan, their decisions were not what Cheng Yang wanted to see. Mu Yu was silent for a long time. Then, he said, "I will strip away the consciousness of those who are selfish and cowardly." Cheng Yang was stunned. He jerked his head up and stared at Mu Yu in disbelief. "I thought you already went home." He never thought that Mu Yu would say something so extreme. Mu Yu calmly said, "I just can't forgive those who betrayed Master. Master gave them life, but they slandered Master in every possible way. Since they don't cherish their lives, then they don't need to live anymore." With Mu Yu's attainments in array techniques, he could create a powerful divine soul array just like his master and control everyone. Everyone's life and death would only require a single thought from him. With Mu Yu's current strength, he could definitely do this. Cheng Yang stared fixedly at Mu Yu. He had always thought that Mu Yu was on his side and would work with him to persuade Luo Shong and Xiong Nan to let the four brothers return home safely. But now that everyone was sitting down to talk, Mu Yu had changed his mind and was on Luo Shong and Xiong Nan's side. Cheng Yan's expression tensed up slightly. What you're doing is wrong. You should be the person who loves life the most. You once told me that everyone has a reason to live and that no one should take another's life away. Have you forgotten? After a moment of silence, Mu Yu slowly replied, that was in the past. I didn't know that human nature could be so filthy. I can't forgive those who have lost their principles, just like how I can't forgive those people in Dongsho City who were slaughtered by me. Dongsho City was a pain in Mu Yu's heart that he would never be able to erase. He wanted to be a good person, but he could not find a reason to be one. Cheng Yan's breathing became heavier as his chest heaved up and down. He did not understand Mu Yu's choice. He said, why have you become so extreme as well? Anyone with strength would want to establish their own sect and kingdom so that everyone can live by the rules they set. I just want everyone to live by the rules. I don't want the same tragedy to happen to my family, Mu Yu said. Establishing a sect and setting up sect rules was what most sects did. Once they violated the sect rules, they would be severely punished. Mu Yu wanted to create a sect based on the entire third heaven. Cheng Yang raised his voice. You will never be able to kill all those people. Human reproduction is endless. After you kill a coward, another selfish person will be born. Mu Yu still said calmly, in this world, the good people will always be hurt while the bad people run rampant. What I want to do is to rely on my own ability to make the good people live better and the bad people can't hurt the good people. It was just like how he wanted to protect the old city lord of Dongsho City, He Jinglong, and Xian Zhengtang's family. He wanted these people to live, not the shameless people who killed the old city lord and Xian Zhengtang's family. When he stepped into the Great Ascension stage, he had the confidence to set new rules for this world. So the three of you are essentially the same? Cheng Yang gritted his teeth. Luo Shong and Xiong Nan looked at each other and then looked at Mu Yu. The two of them had always thought that Mu Yu's plan was essentially the same as Cheng Yan's, but Mu Yu had already lost his original intention. Luo Shong looked at Cheng Yang and asked, Senior brother, why do you believe in humans? When they scolded Master and attacked us, didn't you resent them? Cheng Yang clenched his fists. I don't believe in humans. I want to kill anyone who scolds Master, but I have to believe in Master. Master believes in humans. He wants to protect this world, so I have to fulfill Master's beliefs. You don't have to force yourself, Xiong Nan said slowly. Cheng Yang suddenly stood up and stared at Xiong Nan. He said angrily, I have to do this because I am the eldest senior brother. I have to share Master's worries and be responsible for you. I am the eldest senior brother. It is my duty. Cheng Yang was almost roaring. It was as if there was a volcano hidden in his heart. He had suppressed it for so many years and had never told anyone. No one knew what he was really thinking. He did not trust humans, but he remembered his identity and had to bear his responsibilities. Therefore, he forced himself to believe in humans and discover the good in them. He had always told himself that he was the eldest senior brother and that he had to protect humans like Master. Even though there were many times when he wanted to destroy this world and destroy those treacherous people. But he forced himself to hold it in, because he was the eldest senior brother. Mu Yu and the other two did not speak. This was the first time they had seen Cheng Yang angry. In the past, Cheng Yang had always been gentle and elegant. He was kind and responsible. He took on the responsibilities of a senior brother and worked hard to protect the family of Luochen Mountain. He had never lost his temper. Cheng Yang was also very confused. The more he wanted to protect humans, the more disappointed he was in their actions. He was also suffering in his heart. He hoped that he could be like Xiong Nan and Luo Shong and walk his own path according to his own ideas. He wanted to kill those people who deserved to die and conquer this world with brute force. But he could not. He constantly told himself that what he was doing was wrong. Even though he did not know what was wrong, his master believed that what he was doing was wrong. He believed in his master, So he had to force himself to believe that what he was doing was wrong. He could not allow himself to lose control because he knew that if he lost his principles, he would not be able to return to Luochen Mountain. No one said anything. Only Chengyang knew how much pressure he was carrying in his heart. Living a life of oppression was worse than death. Chengyang buried all of this deep in his heart. He was a strong-willed person. He silently endured his junior brother's confusion and his own confusion, doing things that even he did not understand. The 3 words eldest senior brother were like a mountain that pressed down on his back, making it hard for him to breathe. But he could not abandon this mountain, nor did he ever think of abandoning it. He wanted to carry this mountain until the end, until his 3 junior brothers returned home. Little Shuai and Dummy also quieted down and stopped making noise. They looked at their 4 senior brothers, not knowing what to do. "I'm sorry, senior brother. I want to walk my own path." Xiong Nan stood up from the stone slab and looked deeply at Chengyang, then at Mu Yu and Luo Shong. He left Luochen Mountain without looking back and headed for the sky. "Senior brother, Master told us to do things with a clear conscience. I will always remember Master's words." Luo Shong also slowly stepped out of Luochen Mountain. "I won't allow anyone who slandered Master to live." His figure turned into a streak of fiery light and flew towards the south. Chengyang clenched his fists as he watched Luo Shong and Xiong Nan leave. His entire body trembled and his lips turned white from biting them. He could not convince his 2 junior brothers, nor could he stop them from leaving. He did not want to do anything to his junior brothers. Even if he captured Luo Shong and Xiong Nan, it would be completely useless. When their hearts did not belong here, nothing could help them. The wind on Luochen Mountain grew stronger and stronger, causing Chengyan's clothes to flutter noisily. "Aren't you leaving?" Chengyang asked in a hoarse voice. Mu Yu lay on the treetop and watched the banyan tree's leaves grow slightly. Life flowed in an inexplicable way, thriving and thriving. "Senior brother, none of us did anything wrong. Now that we have the power to change the world, we want to change the world. Every sect has its own rules, and every country has its own system. We just want to be the ones to establish the rules." Mu Yu was still lying on the banyan tree. The sun shone through the banyan tree and sprinkled on her body. It was like a ground full of gold, making people feel relaxed and happy. He loved life, but he loved his family even more. He also loved those who were truly good. However, good people with integrity and responsibility would always be ostracized and persecuted in this world. He wanted to protect those people with his own strength and change the fact that good people don't live long. He had a life and death moment, and he had a perfect soul formation. He could establish his own rules. Therefore, he would leave this place. "I'm going to the Danding sect." Mu Yu stood up and jumped under the tree. Xiao Shuai scratched his head and walked over to hug Chengyang. However, he did not know what to say to comfort him. Instead, he jumped onto Mu Yu's shoulder. Dummy also followed Xiao Shuai's example and hugged Chengyang. Mu Yu silently turned and left Luochen Cliff. He wanted to find Xiao Shui and Tian Ran and leave with them. The wind on Luochen Cliff was like a knife cutting Chengyan's body. The fallen leaves swayed in the wind, and the banyan tree's leaves rustled. A dead leaf fluttered and landed on Chengyan's shoulder. Chengyan's body looked very lonely. His whole body seemed to be crushed by the leaves, and he looked very frail in the wind. However, Chengyang slowly straightened his back. "I won't give up," Chengyang said. "I'm the eldest senior brother." Chapter 11:30. Mu Yu sat on the flying sword and flew in the air, looking into the distance blankly. Was it right or wrong for him to do so? He asked himself a lot of times. However, he didn't like those selfish self-cultivators. What was the meaning of those people's lives? Just like those people in Eastern Sand City, they could denounce the old city lord, denounce Shen Zhengtang's family, and denounce Mu Yu in order to survive. They could even hand the others over to the Yumeng demon clan in exchange for a chance at survival. There were too many such people in the cultivation world. He couldn't help Chengyang and save everyone with a clear conscience. Xiao Shui and Tian Ran sat behind Mu Yu. They vaguely knew what had happened on Luo Chen Cliff. Luo Shong and Xiong Nan left without saying goodbye. Mu Yu called them with a heavy heart and didn't explain the situation. The others were still at Luo Chen Mountain. They might follow Chengyang or leave. Mu Yu didn't care about them. Dummy wanted to play with Xiao Shui, so he followed behind. They quickly left Moyun Mountain Range and headed in the direction of the Elixir Tripod sect. The closest city to Moyun Mountain Range was Lanshi City. Mu Yu turned around and headed in the direction of Lanshi City. He needed to find out about the current movements of the Third Palace. When he was about to reach Lanshi City, he was suddenly shocked. At this moment, Lanshi City was filled with a monstrous murderous aura. In the sky above the city, there were many ugly creatures with wings patrolling. In the city, dozens of people were tied by chains around their necks. They were being whipped by flesh-winged and horned monsters as they cried out in pain. Every time a black whip fell, those people would cry out in heart-wrenching pain. Black gas would emerge from their bodies. The flesh-winged and horned monsters waved their whips around excitedly and swallowed the black gas. Have the mutated tribes really invaded the third heaven? Mu Yu looked at Lanshi City and had a bad premonition. Wait for me here. I'll go into the city and check it out. After Mu Yu finished speaking, he disappeared from where he was. The invisibility formation covered his body and covered his aura. When he reappeared, he was already on the streets of Lanshi City. At this moment, the streets of Misty Breath City were filled with many people. These people were lined up with pale faces, submissive and terrified. Beside them stood many strange-looking people of other races. At this moment, they were waving their long whips and whipping these people who were lining up. Hurry up! A flesh-winged and horned monster cackled. Mu Yu went to the front of the line without saying a word. Then, he saw a spacious courtyard. The courtyard was filled with hundreds of flesh-winged and horned monsters. They were all sitting in front of the tables as if they were having a meal. The humans in the line walked to the flesh-winged and horned monsters one by one and knelt in front of them. They stretched out their hands. The flesh-winged and horned monsters laughed wildly and rudely pulled these people's hands and sucked their blood. Everyone who had their blood sucked was in great pain. Their faces were filled with panic, but no one resisted. This was because there were 4 tribulation passing stage flesh-winged and horned monsters beside them. They were emitting a powerful pressure that made these humans with low cultivations tremble. They didn't have the slightest determination to resist. As for the flesh-winged and horned monsters that were sucking blood, their cultivations were very low. The highest was only at the nascent soul stage. Obviously, they were newborns of the flesh-winged and horned monsters that were here to suck blood to recover their vitality. A frail-looking old man knelt in front of a flesh-winged and horned monster. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones, but he still had to offer his blood. Blood kept flowing out of his hands. He was pale and weak and fell to the ground. That's enough. Don't suck all their blood. One dead beast is one less beast. We have to raise the humans in the third heaven in captivity. Only then will we have an endless supply of blood in the future. A spirit-severing stage flesh-winged and horned monster walked over and took the fainted little old man's hand out of the red flesh-winged and horned monster's mouth. There were dozens of densely packed teeth marks on the little old man's hand. Some of the teeth marks had even festered and inflamed. It was a terrible sight. Obviously, this was not the first time the flesh-winged and horned monster had sucked his blood like this. The flesh-winged and horned monster looked at the half-dead old man, kicked him, and then said, "This old beast can't live anymore. Send him to the soul race and see if his soul can still be sucked." Yes. 2 cultivators came out from the corner trembling with fear. They looked at the flesh-winged and horned monster in fear and quickly dragged the half-dead old man away. A transcending calamity stage monster with fleshy wings and horns scolded loudly, "You juniors, listen to me. The third celestial layer humans are now very precious breeding grounds. When you eat, you have to control the amount. If you die, there won't be so much blood for you to consume in the future. After all, it's not just the Yu clan that came to the third celestial layer, understand? The food is limited. Many flesh-winged and horned monsters hurriedly responded, but some flesh-winged and horned monsters still took the opportunity to suck a few more mouthfuls. Obviously, they were not so obedient. Mu Yu looked at these humans who were used as a blood source by the flesh-winged and horned monsters like animals, and an inexplicable anger emerged in his heart. The purpose of the alien race's attack on the third heaven was actually this. The humans who were forced to be sacrificed were all mortals. These people had no cultivation and were powerless in the face of the powerful Yu clan. Just as he was about to make a move, Xiongnan suddenly appeared beside him and said indifferently, "Wait a minute, we need to confirm the situation. Come with us." Luo Shong also appeared beside Mu Yu. He pulled Mu Yu and disappeared from the courtyard. They appeared in a dark room. The room was very big, and it was like a slaughterhouse. There were corpses everywhere, piled up in a disorderly manner and emitting a foul smell. There were also several people lying on the ground on the verge of death, only breathing in and out. What the hell happened? Mu Yu saw that the old man who had been sentenced to death just now was also lying in the corner, no different from a dead person. Most of the people here were old, weak, sick, and disabled. Their faces were ashen, and their arms were full of teeth marks. Their wounds were white, and they were all skin and bones. The blood in their bodies had dried up. Xiongnan said slowly, "We only arrived 4 hours earlier than you. It seems like we underestimated this conspiracy." Mu Yu walked to the side of the old man from before. He checked his injuries and his heart sank. The old man's life force was gradually fading away, but his soul was still firmly imprisoned in his body. There was a soul race formation in this room to ensure that the souls of these mortals would not leave their bodies. "We have only been in the ancient battlefield for a few days, but a year has passed in the third heaven," Luo Shong said slowly. "A year?" Mu Yu was slightly stunned. They had actually left the third heaven for a year. He scanned the people here. The people lying on the ground on the verge of death were mainly old people, and there were also thin and weak children. An old woman was unconscious, but she was holding a 10-year-old boy in her arms. The boy was lifeless. Mu Yu was enraged. "I'm going to kill these strange races." Xiongnan said, "It's easy to kill these aliens, but we have to consider whether the human race is worth saving." "What do you mean?" Mu Yu asked. "Do you know what the saddest thing about the human race is? They are helping the aliens oppress their own kind. Many people have already chosen to join the Holy Sage Group in order to survive. The cultivators of the Holy Sage Group are helping the aliens to filter out their own kind in order to survive," Luo Shong said as he left the room. Their current cultivation was extremely powerful. With their own domains, other than those at the Great Ascension stage, no one could see their figures. The three of them walked along the street, past the queuing mortals, and arrived at the west side of the city. There was a group of cultivators wearing purple clothes here. These cultivators looked arrogant and despotic as they sat in the plaza and scolded the mortals. Every mortal was terrified. They walked to a rock one by one and pressed their hands on it. The rock would emit different rays of light according to their physiques. Then, they would be assigned to different teams. Many mortals looked at the light of the rock in front of them eagerly. When the rock lit up with purple light, they would be very excited. When the rock lit up with red light, their faces would turn pale. 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. This rock has been set up with a formation. It can measure the physical condition of mortals to prevent mortals from sacrificing too much blood and dying directly. The Yu clan treats the human race as beasts and provides blood, but they will not kill the human race directly. When the purple light is lit up, it means that these people don't have to sacrifice for 7 days. The blue ones can rest for 6 days, and the red ones can't rest. They have to continue sacrificing blood tomorrow. Xiongnan stared at the dozen or so spirit-severing stage cultivators who were giving orders there. They were also human beings, but they were helping the alien race to trample on their own compatriot. Xiongnan continued, "Cultivators who join the Sage Group must be at least at the Divinity Severing stage. Those who are not at the Divinity Severing stage can only become sacrifices. Those who are at the divinity severing stage can work for the aliens to avoid becoming sacrifices themselves. Do you want to save them? Seong Nan left with Mu Yu and walked to the east of the city. There were no mortals here, only cultivators. There were about a few hundred people in the out-of-body stage. They were all sitting cross-legged on the ground, cultivating desperately. Cultivators had also become sacrifices for the aliens. They were responsible for supplying blood to the aliens above the body integration stage. The hierarchy was very strict, and they managed everything in an orderly manner. Not long after they arrived, a severed soul stage aura suddenly erupted from the out-of-body stage crowd. One of the out-of-body stage cultivators broke through to the severed soul stage. I broke through. I broke through. I can join the Holy Sage group. I beg you, please let me join the Holy Sage group. It was a middle-aged man with a weathered face. He stood up excitedly and ran to the front of a monster with fleshy wings and horns. He knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. My lord, please accept me as your servant. I have reached the spirit severing stage. Chapter 1131. The flesh-winged horned monster looked contemptuously at the middle-aged man kneeling in front of it and said with a lazy smile, "Since you are already at the spirit-severing stage, then you will supervise the raising of the mortals in the second district. Remember, you must take good care of your own livestock. If there is a mistake, such as one animal missing, then you will replace it." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." The middle-aged man kowtowed ecstatically. In order to show his sincerity to the flesh-winged horned monster, his forehead even bled. But the flesh-winged horned monster didn't care about this at all. It kicked him away and said contemptuously, "Go and raise them well." "Yes, yes." The middle-aged man got up from the ground awkwardly, but he was not angry at all. When he turned around, he was already very excited. He looked at the out-of-body stage self-cultivators who were still cultivating and laughed proudly. The other out-of-body stage self-cultivators also looked at him enviously, looking at the man who had already gotten rid of his identity as a sacrifice. Mu Yu and the other two silently followed the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man ran to the mortal district in the west of the city and found a member of the Yu clan who was responsible for distributing purple clothes. This flesh-winged horned monster only had the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, but the middle-aged man still knelt respectfully in front of him and said, "My lord, I am a slave who has just joined the Holy Monarch group. I am here to ask for clothes." The nascent soul stage flesh-winged horned monster sneered, threw a piece of clothes in front of him, and spat on the clothes, saying, "The 34 mortals in the 13th column of the second district will be handed over to you. Last time, a mortal committed suicide here, so we abolished the manager and let him be replaced by a mortal. You have to supervise them well. If there is any mistake, you will be responsible." "Yes, yes. I understand." The middle-aged man excitedly picked up the purple clothes. Regardless of the thick phlegm on it, he directly put on the clothes and then walked to a courtyard. The outside of each courtyard was divided into areas. He found the courtyard of the 13th column of the second district, opened the door and walked in. Inside was a group of sallow and emaciated mortals, trembling in the corner. When they saw the middle-aged man, they quickly knelt down in awe. They had already been frightened by the self-cultivators. To these mortals, the self-cultivators were high and mighty adults. Once they disobeyed their commands, the self-cultivators would ruthlessly punish them in order to win the favor of the alien race. The middle-aged man's flattering expression towards the flesh-winged horned monster had become extremely arrogant. He coldly scolded, "All of you, line and kneel. I am the new chief of your livestock. My name is Duan Hu. If you dare to disobey me, I will make you wish you were dead." The new animal husbandry head named Duan Hu began to examine their physiques one by one and recorded it on a piece of paper. Soon after, he began to drive these mortals to start cooking. There was always an abundance of food here because there were cultivators who were responsible for catching demonic beasts to come back and feed the mortals. Mu Yu and Seong Nan looked at these courtyards from the air. There were dozens of mortals in each of these courtyards, each under the care of a severed soul stage cultivator. Mu Yu even saw a severed soul stage cultivator beating a mortal who was trying to commit suicide. However, every time the mortal was about to be beaten to death, the cultivator would save him with medicine. This repeated punishment made the mortal suffer a life worse than death. It was impossible for mortals to commit suicide in front of a severed soul stage cultivator. Many mortals had dull eyes and had become walking corpses. The flesh-winged horned monsters were undoubtedly most satisfied with sacrifices that had lost their lives and hope. This was because such sacrifices would not resist or try to escape. I don't understand. Are these the people Chengyang wants to save? Luo Shong looked at the animal husbandry masters who raised the mortals. In order to survive, these cultivators knelt before the flesh-winged horned beasts and groveled. But in front of their own kind, they were arrogant and despotic. They were accomplices to the Avilders and framed their own kind on behalf of the aliens. What was the point of saving such a human race? Mu Yu fell into silence. He did not know how to answer this question. Human nature was always so ugly. The nature of a self-cultivator was fully revealed at this moment. Those out-of-body stage cultivators, in order to get rid of the status of sacrificial offerings forever and not have their blood sucked away, had been training with all their might. The purpose of their training was not to fight against the aliens, but to please the aliens and exploit their own kind so that they could live on. I have long seen through the lowliness of human nature, Mu Yu said softly. He had long understood the weakness of human beings. In the academy in the Moyun mountain range, Deacon Zun used his remaining strength to kill those arrogant and domineering self-cultivators so that the Grey disciples would not be bullied by the self-cultivators. In the end, he was betrayed by a Grey disciple and almost lost his life. This was because the Grey disciple wanted to be a self-cultivator who could bully others, not a person who was bullied. In the Eastern Sand City, in order to save their own lives, the cultivators had raged and wanted to hand Mu Yu over to the Yumeng Devil clan. They had even killed Xian Zhengtang's family and the old city lord. From a very long time ago, Mu Yu's naive idea of helping the human race began to change. And now, the same scene appeared again. However, this time, those self-cultivators who desperately wanted to join the sage group did it to please the aliens. Their actions were even more hateful than the Grey disciple who betrayed Deacon Zun. Mist Breath City was divided into hundreds of districts by the Yu clan. They called these districts the pigsty. Regardless of whether they were mortals or self-cultivators, they were all treated as livestock and were specially used for sucking their blood. Mortal District 3, Column 8. A 15-year-old youth was curled up on a pile of ragged grass in the corner. His small arms were full of teeth marks. Tears rolled down his cheeks, but his eyes were filled with hatred and determination. Father, mother, if I can survive, I will definitely avenge you. The youth's name was Jiang Zhengxian. Yesterday, his parents' blood was sucked by the flesh-winged horned monsters for the last time. After that, they never stood up again and were dragged away by those self-cultivators. He didn't know where his parents went. He desperately wailed, wanting his parents to return to his side, but all he got in return was a vicious beating. He was only a mortal. He thought that an immortal master could save them from this disaster, but the so-called immortal master was trying his best to curry favor with those ugly creatures. The 15-year-old Jiang Zhengxian clenched his fists. If I were an immortal master, even if I die, I would drag a few monsters down with me. He really wanted to die, but he couldn't because the spirit-severing stage self-cultivator standing in the courtyard wouldn't give him the chance to die. Even if he bit his tongue to commit suicide, he would be saved by the self-cultivator's chief animal husbandry. In the end, he would only become a mute for nothing. The immortal master's name was Yuan Lai. He had a bad temper and really treated these mortals as livestock. He glanced at these mortals and kicked a pile of food in front of them. He scolded, "Hurry up and eat. If anyone dares to not eat, I will teach you a lesson." The people with backbone wanted to go on a hunger strike, but as the chief animal husbandry, Yuan Lai would force the food down their throats to prevent them from dying. A spirit-severing stage self-cultivator was more than enough to supervise the life and death of a few mortals. Bang! The door was kicked open and a flesh-winged horned monster walked in. The originally ferocious Yuan Lai immediately put on a flattering smile and respectfully knelt on the ground, saying, "Greetings, sir. I'm here to pick 1 or 2 food for dinner tonight." The red flesh-winged horned monster walked over and glanced at the mortals trembling in the corner. Yuan Lai immediately stood up and sternly roared at the mortals, "All of you, come here and kneel to greet my lord. If anyone dares to slow down, I will see." Other than the 15-year-old Jiang Zhengxian, the other mortals all trembled and knelt down. Jiang Zhengxian never knelt of his own accord. Every time he was beaten to kneel, he would be beaten to the point of kneeling, but he never knelt of his own accord. When Yuan Lai saw Jiang Zhengxian, his heart was filled with anger again. He walked over and kicked the 15-year-old boy. He angrily shouted, "You're itching for a beating again?" Jiang Zhengxian was kicked to the ground. His face was already bruised and swollen, but he only spat on Yuan Lai. He knew Yuan Lai didn't dare to kill him. He despised this so-called self-cultivator from the bottom of his heart. "I will not kneel to a disgusting monster," Jiang Zhengxian stubbornly said. Yuan Lai lifted Jiang Zhengxian with one hand and kicked the back of Jiang Zhengxian's knee, pressing him to the ground. He smiled apologetically at the flesh-winged horned monster and said, "My lord, this guy is too stubborn. He won't submit at all. Please don't blame him, he has already knelt." The flesh-winged horned monster laughed and stepped on Jiang Zhengxian's face. "Stubborn? The blood of a stubborn person must be delicious. Today's extra meal is you." Jiang Zhengxian's lips were bruised, but he still didn't submit. He only stared at the flesh-winged horned monster with hatred. "One day, the true God will return and kill all of you disgusting monsters," Jiang Zhengxian angrily shouted. "Shut up. What is a true God in front of my great lord? Do you want to die?" Yuan Lai kicked Jiang Zhengxian again. Jiang Zhengxian clenched his fists. He really wanted to resist, to rush up and kill someone like Yuan Lai, but he couldn't. He didn't have the ability. He hated himself for being useless, and he hated Yuan Lai for being a villain. The flesh-winged horned monster seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He said, "The true God. The true God has already died. He has already given up on you third heaven humans. No one can save you. You can only be enslaved." His arrogant laughter spread throughout the courtyard. Yuan Lai also smiled apologetically at the side. "My lord is wise. To be able to serve my lord is this servant's fortune. The true God is no longer here, but there are still the true God's disciples. One day, they will return and kill all of you. They will also kill you, the human traitor." Jiang Zhengxian practically squeezed these words out from between his teeth. Yuan Lai sneered. "The true God's disciples? They have already been killed by my lord. You bunch of ignorant and stupid mortals, what are you still daydreaming about?" As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura swept out. Whoosh! Suddenly, a violent rumble came from the sky above Misty Breath City. A powerful whirlpool swept down from the sky, and a dazzling heavenly sword that was 10,000 feet long appeared. It illuminated the entire Misty Breath City and startled everyone. Under the sword light, Mu Yu's figure stood majestically, firm and upright. He was like a bright lamp in the dark night, allowing the people who were trembling under the feet of the Yu clansmen to see the light again. "You still have to save him." Xiong Nan looked at Mu Yu. "I have long seen through the lowliness of human nature, but I am still human." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.